You click this video to finally understand the strange history of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Over the next few hours, we'll follow the complete story of the restaurant that started it all. From a small family diner with big dreams to the abandoned pizzerias, forgotten locations, and dark secrets that shaped the entire Five Nights at Freddy's timeline. No loud jump scares, no sudden noises, just a slow, calm journey through one of gaming's most fascinating stories. So put your phone down, get comfortable, close your eyes if you'd like, and let's go back to where it all began. The story of the franchise begins in New Harmony, Indiana, during the late 1970s, with a roadside restaurant called Fredbear's Family Diner. It was founded by mechanical engineer Henry Emily and business manager William Afton as a small family venue. Operating out of a single brick building, the diner introduced autonomous robotic entertainment to the local community. It didn't start as a massive corporate empire, functioning instead as a simple testing ground where Henry perfected early hydraulic systems while William managed consumer psychology. The restaurant featured a dual mascot performance lineup consisting of Fredbear and Spring Bonnie. These characters weren't standard animatronics, built around a mechanical frame that could be worn by a human entertainer when the internal springs were locked into place. Imagine being a parent in that era, watching a giant suit step off the stage to interact with children on the floor tiles. The spring lock design drew immediate public attention, giving the diner a unique technological edge over regional competitors. Henry Emily's role in the early years centered on design and mechanical engineering. He built the animatronics from scratch, understanding their joint modules and pneumatic systems in a way William couldn't replicate. The logbook entries and environmental details across the games suggested that Henry was the creative mind behind the characters. He cared deeply about the safety of his creations, spending long shifts soldering circuit boards to ensure the suits operated smoothly. William Afton focused on the financial side of the business. He handled marketing, vendor contracts, and daily customer management, learning how to manipulate consumer behavior. Now here's where it gets complicated. William recognized that the diner's small floor plan limited their daily revenue, sparking a drive to scale the brand beyond a single roadside venue. He understood how much liability the company could hide behind corporate paperwork, setting up a pattern that defined the franchise for decades. The success of the diner convinced both founders that their robotic concept could anchor a much larger commercial operation. They laid the blueprint for automated child entertainment that would eventually mutate into a global brand. The small building in Indiana served as the birthplace for every design choice, corporate policy, and personal tragedy that followed. The partnership between the engineer and the businessman opened a dark chapter in family entertainment that neither man could ever close. Part 2. Why Freddy Fazbear was created. Despite the steady financial success of Fredbear's Family Diner, the venue faced severe operational limits that capped its daily customer volume. The cramped dining room couldn't handle weekend crowds, leaving families waiting outside in long lines. More importantly, the reliance on two dual-purpose suits created constant scheduling friction for the staff. The founders realized that to build a true entertainment monopoly, they needed a venue designed for high-throughput scaling. The spring-lock suits required trained human performers and constant mechanical maintenance to keep the internal springs from slipping out of alignment. If a performer wasn't available, the characters were forced to remain stationary on the small wooden stage. Henry and William recognized that dual-use suits were too volatile and restrictive for a high-volume commercial restaurant. They needed dedicated animatronics that could perform autonomously without requiring a person inside the chassis. This operational realization led directly to the conceptualization of a fresh brand asset built around an entire musical ensemble. The new lineup featured Freddy Fazbear, Bonnie the Bunny, Chica the Chicken, and Foxy the Pirate. Moving from 2 characters to 4 allowed the restaurant to optimize stage coverage and keep children entertained across multiple dining rooms simultaneously. The new characters were designed purely for performance, completely eliminating the need for complex internal spring mechanisms. Creating an entire cast of characters allowed the company to diversify its merchandising revenue lines. Freddy Fazbear served as the main frontman, while Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy filled distinct roles that appealed to different demographic groups. Parents could buy plush toys, plastic cups, and party hats featuring 4 characters instead of 2. This expanded mascot lineup turned a simple dinner outing into a complete consumer experience that maximized token sales. The creation of Freddy Fazbear marked the transition from a local family business into a multi-tiered entertainment brand. The old spring lock suits were gradually moved to back rooms as the new characters took center stage. The company shifted its focus toward mass production, preparing to launch a restaurant chain that would bring Henry's new animatronics to cities across the region. Part 3. Founding Fazbear Entertainment. To manage this massive scaling operation and protect themselves from personal liabilities, William Afton and Henry Emily formally incorporated Fazbear Entertainment. This structural transition transformed a small family business into a metrics-driven corporate entity. The company rapidly established dedicated departments for public relations, assembly manufacturing, procurement, and legal protection. The corporate office moved away from Henry's quiet workshop, settling into administrative boardrooms focused on expansion. The new corporate structure allowed the company to file patents for robotic endoskeletons and secure nationwide franchise agreements. Board members prioritized rapid brand growth, setting aggressive timelines for opening new restaurants. The operational focus shifted entirely to cutting production costs and maximizing daily ticket sales. Safety testing was streamlined to keep pace with manufacturing schedules, establishing a dangerous corporate precedent that put profits ahead of human life. William Afton took control of corporate logistics, setting up the legal shields that protected the business from public scrutiny. He drafted non-disclosure agreements for low-wage employees, ensuring that mechanical malfunctions or workplace accidents were handled quietly. The legal team built a wall of paperwork around the brand, making it nearly impossible for local authorities to investigate operational failures. Corporate policy was designed to deflect blame and preserve brand value at all costs. Henry Emily found himself increasingly isolated from the business decisions as the corporate board took over daily operations. While he continued to oversee animatronic engineering, his technical authority was overruled whenever safety protocols threatened launch deadlines. The company treated his complex mechanical designs as mass-produced commodities, cutting corners on wiring and structural frames to save money. The creative passion that built the original diner was swallowed by corporate greed. The founding of Fazbear Entertainment created the institutional machine that enabled decades of tragedy. By prioritizing brand expansion over safety, the company constructed an environment where human lives were secondary to the bottom line. The corporate board built an empire that buried its mistakes beneath legal contracts and marketing campaigns, ensuring the brand survived every crisis while the human cost continued to mount. Part 4. Designing Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy. Henry Emily engineered the original core animatronic band with distinct demographic roles to maximize audience appeal and streamline crowd control. Freddy Fazbear was designed as the warm center stage frontman and lead vocalist, commanding the attention of the main dining room. Bonnie the Bunny was configured as the high-energy lead guitarist, positioned beside Freddy to drive the musical performance. Chica the Chicken served as a friendly backup singer tied directly to the restaurant's food branding. Foxy the Pirate was intentionally isolated in a separate attraction called Pirate Cove to appeal to older children through adventure storytelling. Picture what it actually felt like to sit in that dark room as the purple curtains pulled back to reveal a mechanical pirate. His high-octane performance loop gave the restaurant a distinct attraction that kept older kids engaged, while younger toddlers stayed near the main stage. Each character filled a specific structural role in managing crowd movement across the building. The physical construction of the core band relied on heavy steel endoskeletons built to withstand continuous daily operations. Henry clad the metal frames in plush fabric skins, installing internal pneumatic valves that controlled movement. The jaw mechanisms were wired to sync with pre-recorded audio tracks stored on magnetic show tapes. Each character was mounted to a heavy base plate inside their stage housings to prevent mechanical balance failures during live shows. The animatronics were programmed with primitive pathfinding algorithms that allowed them to track movement in the audience. Optical sensors in the eyes were coded to make synchronized eye contact with guests, creating an illusion of awareness that delighted young children. To a toddler in the dining room, the characters appeared alive and responsive. From an engineering perspective, it was a rigid loop of automated movements running on basic circuit boards. These 4 characters became the permanent faces of the franchise, defining the visual identity of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Henry's mechanical designs achieved a balance between friendly mascot aesthetics and advanced robotic technology. However, mounting heavy steel endoskeletons inside soft fabric skins created a maintenance nightmare for floor technicians who were forced to manage continuous mechanical wear behind the scenes. Part 5. Building the first Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. The construction of the original flagship Freddy Fazbear's Pizza location in 1983 was an architectural study in commercial space optimization. Designed to process hundreds of guests daily, the floor plan was engineered to funnel foot traffic from the main entrance directly into revenue centers. Arcade avenues and prize corners flanked the main hallway, ensuring children passed ticket redemption games before ever reaching their dining tables. Every square foot of the building was designed to generate income. The central dining hall served as the heart of the facility, featuring multi-tiered seating facing the main show stage. High ceilings and tiled floors amplified the sound of the animatronic performances, creating a loud environment that drew families toward the center of the building. Large glass windows allowed parents to monitor their children from dining booths, while stage lights illuminated the mascot band. The spatial design forced guests to remain in active consumer zones throughout their stay. The environment utilized a calculated mix of sensory inputs to keep children hyper-stimulated during their visit. Loud audio tracks, flashing light matrices, and the smell of high-sodium pizza combined to create an overwhelming sensory experience. This environment encouraged kids to continuously request game tokens and branded merchandise from their parents. The restaurant was psychologically engineered to maximize customer spending while shortening table turnover times during busy lunch shifts. Behind the bright party rooms lay a complex network of utility corridors and employee spaces. The kitchen was equipped with industrial conveyor ovens to handle high-volume pizza production, while a dedicated maintenance room was built directly behind the main stage. Secure administrative offices housed the computer mainframes and security monitor consoles that tracked the building. The facility merged commercial entertainment infrastructure with backstage technical support. The original flagship location opened as a massive commercial success, setting the architectural blueprint for future restaurants in the chain. The public saw a clean family destination where modern technology brought childhood dreams to life. They didn't see the operational blind spots, maintenance shortcuts, and corporate liabilities that were built directly into the facility's floor plan from the very beginning. Part 6. Spring-lock suits at Freddys. Even as the new fully automated band took center stage, the legacy assets Fredbear and Spring Bonnie were brought into the flagship location as premium attractions. These dual-purpose spring-lock suits represented a complex engineering compromise from the diner era. Internal pneumatic cylinders allowed them to perform as automated animatronics, but a hand crank could compress the mechanical frame against the outer suit lining, creating space for a human performer to wear the costume. The internal spring mechanism was extremely volatile and required precise manual operation to remain locked in place. The tense steel springs were highly susceptible to moisture, respiration, or sudden physical movements from the entertainer inside. If a lock gave way, the compressed metal endoskeleton would instantly snap back into its default position, crushing the body of the person wearing it. The company knew these suits posed a severe mechanical hazard to employee safety. To mitigate liability, Fazbear Entertainment constructed hidden safe rooms across every restaurant building. These rooms were explicit architectural blind spots, emitted from digital camera feeds, building layout maps, and public tours. They were equipped with heavy security doors and kept off the main ventilation grid. The company instructed management that these hidden chambers were designed for suit storage, employee dressing, and containing catastrophic spring lock failures entirely out of public view. Imagine being the technician who had to inspect those suits in a dark room, knowing a single slipping gear could end your life in seconds. Performers were drilled on strict emergency procedures, instructed to bleed out quietly inside the safe room if a spring lock failure occurred during a show. This policy ensured that a fatal mechanical incident would never traumatize guests in the main dining hall or damage the brand's public reputation. The continued presence of the spring lock suits at the new location demonstrated the company's reluctance to decommission expensive assets. Fazbear Entertainment prioritized performance options over employee welfare, keeping volatile technology active long after safer automated alternatives were available. Those hidden safe rooms remained sealed behind corporate secrecy, waiting to become the setting for the franchise's darkest historical events. Part 7. Preparing for opening day. Prior to the removal of the storefront window paper, the original Freddys was a hive of intense industrial preparation. Teams of low-wage line cooks were trained on high-speed conveyor ovens, learning to assemble hundreds of pizzas daily to satisfy opening week projections. Floor servers practiced navigating crowded tables with heavy food trays, while managers set up the ticket redemption inventories at the prize corner counter. Every department worked under strict corporate deadlines to ensure the facility was ready for the public. Maintenance technicians spent 14-hour shifts calibrating the optical sensors and hydraulic fluid pressure of the core animatronic band. The heavy steel endoskeletons required constant adjustment to ensure synchronized jaw movements and smooth posture shifts on stage. Engineers tested the show tape servers repeatedly, verifying that the 8-bit audio signals matched the pneumatic valve triggers inside the character frames. A single seize joint during a live show could ruin the illusion for an entire dining room. Entertainers memorized rigid corporate performance scripts, learning how to interact with toddlers without breaking character or violating company policy. Staff were instructed to maintain a cheerful demeanor at all times, deflecting customer complaints about mechanical noise or strange odors with pre-approved marketing phrases. Training cassettes played endlessly in the break room, drilling employees on proper sanitation procedures and basic crowd control techniques. Behind the scenes, the management team finalized strict non-disclosure agreements and legal liability waivers for every employee on the payroll. The corporate legal team built a shield around the franchise, ensuring that any personal injury or mechanical malfunction sustained during operations would be buried before news reached local reporters. The company was far more prepared to manage legal damage than it was to prevent mechanical failures. When the final inspections were completed, the building stood ready for its commercial debut. The glass windows were cleaned, the arcade machines were loaded with fresh paper tickets, and the animatronics were locked into their default stage positions. The public saw a pristine new venue designed for family fun, completely unaware of the strict legal shields and mechanical hazards that waited behind the party decorations. Part 8. Freddy Fazbear's Pizza opens. When the front doors finally unlocked in 1983, Freddy Fazbear's Pizza instantly captured the regional market. Opening day was a massive commercial success, characterized by packed dining rooms, non-stop arcade revenue, and glowing local press coverage celebrating Henry Emily's robotic marvels. Families lined up around the block to enter the building, eager to experience the future of automated child entertainment. The new venue set a cultural standard for regional party destinations. The main dining hall echoed with the sound of cheerful music, clanging arcade cabinets and shouting children as the animatronic show began. Freddy, Bonnie and Chica executed their pre-programmed performance loops flawlessly, moving their torsos and waving to the crowd under bright stage spotlights. Over in Pirate Cove, Foxy drew large crowds of older kids who cheered at his automated pirate routines. The public perception of the restaurant was overwhelmingly positive, establishing deep brand loyalty across the community. Token sales at the arcade avenues exceeded corporate expectations, driving continuous traffic toward the prize corner counter. Children traded thousands of paper tickets for plastic cups, plush toys, and branded party hats, filling the dining rooms with corporate merchandise. The business model proved incredibly profitable, validating the executive board's aggressive expansion strategy and cementing the franchise's place in the local economy. Behind the scenes, William Afton and Henry Emily watched their vision turn into a lucrative commercial empire. Henry saw his engineering achievements celebrated by thousands of smiling children, taking pride in the smooth operation of his robotic band. William focused on the revenue metrics and corporate data, recognizing that the restaurant's overwhelming popularity provided a permanent cover for his personal ambitions within the building. The opening of the flagship location established a baseline of consumer trust that endured for years. Parents viewed the pizzeria as a wholesome sanctuary where children could celebrate birthdays safely. This unyielding public trust made the local population completely blind to the corporate negligence and human malice festering beneath the festive surface, setting the stage for the tragedies that would soon destroy the brand. Part 9. A normal day at Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Before the franchise descended into decades of tragedy, a standard operational day at Freddy's ran with mechanical precision. The morning began at 6 o'clock with the facility manager unlocking the exterior doors, turning on the main circuit breakers, and lighting the kitchen pizza ovens. The morning technician arrived shortly after, stepping into the dark dining room to boot up the central show tape servers and run diagnostic checks on the stage animatronics. Throughout the afternoon, the building filled with the sounds of screaming children, clanging arcade machinery, and repetitive musical loops from the stage. Line cooks churned out hundreds of high-sodium pizzas while floor servers cleared paper plates from crowded tables. Maintenance men carried toolboxes through the hallways to fix jammed ticket mechanisms or recalibrate sticky arcade buttons. The atmosphere was hyper-stimulating, chaotic, and focused on maintaining high customer turnover. The animatronic band executed their stage shows every 45 minutes without variation, their internal pneumatic valves clicking as they waved to the crowd. Behind the curtains, technicians monitored fluid pressure logs and battery charge levels to prevent mid-performance failures. If a character displayed a mechanical twitch or a loose joint, staff used pre-approved corporate deflections to reassure concerned parents that the mascot was simply warming up its circuits. By 8 o'clock in the evening, the dinner rush winded down, and the facility staff began preparing for the closing shift. Floor workers swept up piles of discarded paper tickets, wiped down greasy arcade screens, and sanitized the dining booths. In the kitchen, line cooks turned off the ovens, scrubbed the prep counters, and emptied grease traps into outdoor dumpsters behind the alley. At 11 o'clock, the night manager locked the registers, turned off the main dining room lights, and secured the front doors. The building fell completely dark, passing operational control over to a solitary night watchman tasked with monitoring the security desk until dawn. Imagine sitting alone in that silent office as the air cooled, watching the dark silhouettes of the mascot band stand motionless on the stage. Part 10. Birthday parties and stage performances. The financial lifeblood of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza centered on its highly profitable birthday party packages. Parents reserved these events weeks in advance, purchasing tiered options that included private dining tables, unlimited arcade tokens, and guaranteed front row seating for the stage shows. The restaurant processed multiple birthday parties simultaneously during weekend shifts, turning children's celebrations into a streamlined assembly line of revenue. During these scheduled events, the core animatronic band executed their primary performance loops. The 8-bit audio servers streamed synchronized tracks to the stage, triggering internal pneumatic valves that moved the character's arms, torsos, and jaws. To a young child sitting at a party table, the performance felt organic and magical. From an engineering perspective, it was a rigid loop of automated digital code running on simple processors, repeating the exact same jokes every hour. The shows were carefully timed to coordinate with food service in the main dining hall. As the characters finished their signature opening song, floor servers brought out fresh pizzas and birthday cakes to the reserved party tables. This synchronized approach kept children seated and eating while the animatronics performed, ensuring that party groups cleared their tables quickly so the next reserved shift could take their seats. The company relied on this tight scheduling to maximize table turnover rates during peak operating hours. If a child requested an extra song or a party ran over its allotted time, staff stepped in to guide the group toward the arcade avenues. Every minute a table sat empty between parties represented lost revenue on the daily financial ledger, forcing workers to maintain a strict operational pace throughout the shift. The stage performances successfully built emotional connections between young guests and the mascot characters. Children returned home wearing plastic Freddy masks and clutching plush toys, begging their parents to book their next birthday at the pizzeria. This cycle of brand engagement ensured a constant stream of customer bookings, making the stage show the ultimate driver of the company's commercial success. Part 11. Backstage Operations. Hidden directly behind the glamorous facade of the main stage lay the chaotic industrial reality of the backstage room. This employee-only space functioned as a combination maintenance workshop, parts storage facility, and mechanical graveyard. The brick walls were lined with heavy steel shelves containing spare endoskeleton limbs, exposed servo motors, facial plastic molds, and hollow character suits hanging from wall hooks. The air inside backstage was thick, with a smell of industrial grease, ozone, and cutting oil. Wire clippings and metal shavings littered the concrete floor around the central repair bench, where technicians spent their shifts soldering damaged circuit boards. It was a cold, clinical space where the magic of the characters was systematically dismantled, revealing the raw iron bones beneath the plush skins. When an animatronic experienced a mechanical failure during a show, staff dragged the character off stage and brought it into backstage for immediate triage. Technicians stripped away the fabric coverings to access internal hydraulic lines, replacing worn gaskets and tightening loose joint brackets. The room served as a high-pressure workspace where mechanics worked frantically to get broken performers back on stage before the next party arrived. The space also served as an extra storage area for decommissioned equipment and prototype parts from previous business iterations. Spare endoskeleton heads sat on high shelves, their empty eye sockets staring blankly across the workshop. Employees who entered the room to retrieve replacement cables often felt uncomfortable surrounded by the hollow character shells, rushing their tasks to return to the brightly lit hallways outside. Backstage represented the unvarnished mechanical truth of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. While children in the dining room saw living magical friends, the workers in the workshop handled greasy metal frames and sharp mechanical components. It was a stark reminder that the entire commercial operation relied on complex, heavy industrial machinery that required constant human intervention to keep running. Part 12. The Safe Rooms. The safe rooms existed as a calculated corporate insurance policy built directly into the architectural blueprints of every Fazbear location. These secret chambers were explicitly constructed without exterior windows, reinforced with heavy security doors, and emitted from digital layout maps and camera feeds. Their original function was practical: provide a private space for Springlock performers to dress, rest, and store secondary equipment away from public view. The company also designated these rooms as containment zones for catastrophic Springlock failures. If a performer experienced a mechanical collapse inside a suit during a show, they were trained to navigate to the safe room before the internal springs fully crushed their body. This morbid policy ensured that fatal workplace accidents remained hidden from guests, protecting the restaurant from immediate public panic and severe health department investigations. As safety regulations across the entertainment industry tightened, corporate executives realized that the existence of these unmapped rooms posed a massive legal liability. If state inspectors discovered hidden, non-ventilated chambers built into commercial buildings, the company would face crippling fines and structural citations. Management began instructing staff to treat the safe rooms as non-existent spaces, forbidding employees from bringing guests or mentioning them on shift. Eventually, corporate headquarters ordered structural construction crews to seal the entrances to every safe room across the chain. Workers built false brick walls directly over the doorways, painting and papering over the structural seams so they blended into the surrounding hallways. The rooms were completely erased from building blueprints and employee manuals, leaving whatever was stored inside locked in absolute darkness. This attempt to erase corporate liability created permanent architectural blind spots inside the pizzerias. The sealed chambers sat forgotten behind fresh drywall, cut off from the main security camera grids and administrative logs. Fazbear Entertainment believed they had buried a potential legal hazard, totally blind to how those hidden rooms would eventually be weaponized by a killer. Part 13. The Prize Corner, Arcade Games and Attractions. To maximize customer spending, Freddys featured a dense array of sensory attractions beyond the main dining hall. The arcade avenues were packed with ticket redemption cabinets, designed with high difficulty settings that drained tokens rapidly. Games were engineered to offer small ticket payouts, forcing children to play dozens of rounds to accumulate enough paper tickets for low-tier prizes. Managed by a dedicated employee, the prize corner counter displayed rows of cheap corporate merchandise designed to attract young eyes. High-margin items like plush teddy bears, plastic cups, novelty masks, and branded t-shirts sat on elevated glass shelves behind the register. Children carried long streams of paper tickets to the counter, spending hours calculating which prizes they could afford before their parents called them to leave. This setup created an addictive consumer loop that kept families trapped inside the venue far longer than a standard meal required. Parents bought extra token cups to keep their kids entertained while they waited for party tables or food orders. The constant sound of bells, digital chimes, and ticket dispensers reinforced the feeling that every game played brought children closer to a reward. The revenue generated by the arcade avenues often rivaled the daily sales from the food kitchen. Fazbear Entertainment closely monitored ticket payout ratios across every machine, adjusting coin mechanisms to ensure optimal profit margins for the local franchise owner. The arcade games weren't just secondary entertainment, they were a core financial engine of the business model. The prize corner and arcade floor successfully turned simple gaming loops into a profitable enterprise. By surrounding families with continuous opportunities to buy tokens and redeem paper tickets, the restaurant maximized average customer spending on every visit. The bright lights and rewards masked a predatory commercial strategy that extracted every possible dollar from local parents. Part 14. The Kitchen and Daily Staff. The daily operational engine of Freddys was composed of a low-wage workforce operating under intense corporate pressure. In the kitchen, prep cooks managed high-speed food assembly lines to keep up with the demands of lunch and dinner rushes. Workers handled commercial dough mixers, pizza sauce dispensers, and high-temperature conveyor ovens, churning out dozens of hot pizzas every hour in a cramped, grease-choked space. Floor servers navigated crowded dining rooms carrying heavy wooden trays loaded with food orders, sodas, and birthday cakes. They cleaned spilled drinks, swept up discarded ticket scraps, and wiped down greasy laminate tables between customer seatings. Servers were required to maintain a cheerful, energetic attitude at all times, acting as the friendly public face of the restaurant despite low hourly pay and stressful working conditions. Maintenance personnel traveled through the building carrying heavy toolboxes, addressing mechanical breakdowns as they occurred in real time. They unjammed ticket dispensers, replaced blown light bulbs in arcade cabinets, and wiped down greasy handprints from glass display cases. On busy shifts, technicians worked continuously to fix minor glitches before they disrupted customer games or delayed stage performances. Floor managers monitored staff performance metrics from a central administrative station, tracking ticket sales, food waste, and labor costs on daily log sheets. Managers were under strict orders from corporate headquarters to keep labor expenses low, leading to understaffed shifts where workers were forced to handle multiple job roles simultaneously. The high-stress environment resulted in frequent employee turnover across every operational department. This low-wage workforce kept the pizzeria running through sheer daily effort, entirely focused on meeting corporate revenue targets and satisfying demanding parents. Workers moved through their shifts completely oblivious to the executive rot occurring in the upper echelons of the company. They were simple, hard-working employees trying to earn a paycheck inside a business that viewed them as disposable operational assets. Part 15. Animatronic Maintenance. Running first-generation autonomous robots inside a high-traffic children's restaurant resulted in a non-stop parade of mechanical crises. Nightly engineering logs documented a persistent pattern of systemic failures across the entire mascot cast. Hydraulic fluid lines frequently leaked onto the plush fabric skins, creating dark, greasy stains that required aggressive chemical cleaning before morning operating hours. Servo motors in the jaws and eyelids regularly seized up during live shows, causing characters to freeze with unnatural facial expressions mid-song. When a jaw motor failed, the animatronic's vocal track continued to play through the stage speakers while the plastic mouth remained locked wide open. Technicians had to step onto the stage during short intermissions to manually force the gears back into alignment. The character's internal balance sensors occasionally malfunctioned due to worn gyro brackets, causing them to lean at dangerous angles while standing on their stage mounts. If an animatronic lost its balance completely, the heavy steel frame could tip forward off the elevated platform, posing a severe physical hazard to any toddler sitting near the front edge. Engineers installed secondary floor anchors to keep the heavy machines upright. Technicians conducted aggressive daily triage every night after the building closed to the public. Mechanics tightened loose internal gears, replaced blown pneumatic valves, wiped down bleeding hydraulic pistons, and applied heavy layers of industrial lubricant to moving joints. They worked under dim lighting in the silent dining room, fighting constant mechanical wear to ensure the band was operational for the next morning shift. This continuous maintenance cycle highlighted the fragile nature of the early animatronic technology. The machines were complex, heavy, and prone to rapid degradation under the stress of continuous daily use. The company's refusal to invest in higher quality components forced field technicians to rely on temporary fixes, keeping dangerous machinery running through constant patchwork repairs. Part 16. Company rules and employee training. Fazbear Entertainment managed its workforce through an oppressive, hyper-specific collection of employee training cassettes and corporate rulebooks. The instructional material featured the detached, cheerful voice of phone guy, who delivered company guidelines with a calm, casual tone. The training cassettes focused heavily on mitigating corporate liability and protecting brand reputation rather than ensuring genuine human welfare. Staff were thoroughly drilled on strict operational protocols regarding suit usage and customer interactions. Cassettes detailed how to manually operate a spring lock crank without causing a lethal snap, emphasizing that proper technique was essential to prevent expensive equipment damage. The instructions framed catastrophic mechanical failures as minor operational technicalities, instructing employees to keep calm and follow protocol at all times. Training manuals provided specific scripts for handling guest complaints regarding foul odors, strange noises, or mechanical glitches. Employees were taught to use cheerful corporate deflections, reassuring parents that any unusual smell was simply due to industrial cleaning chemicals used on the plush skins. Staff were forbidden from discussing internal maintenance issues or workplace accidents with customers, local reporters, or health inspectors. The rulebooks contained explicit guidelines for handling workplace fatalities or physical injuries sustained on shift. If an accident occurred, staff were instructed to secure the area immediately, move any damaged equipment or injured personnel into the hidden safe room, and scrub the floor before opening the doors to the public. Corporate policy prioritized maintaining business operations over calling emergency medical services. This training structure created a culture of normalization around workplace hazards and mechanical failures. Employees were conditioned to accept dangerous working conditions, strange equipment behavior, and extreme corporate secrecy as standard parts of the job. By training workers to prioritize brand protection above all else, Fazbear Entertainment built a compliant staff that unknowingly helped cover up the initial signs of a growing disaster. Part 17. William Afton behind the mask. Beneath his respected public persona as corporate co-founder and business manager, William Afton operated as a deeply disturbed predator. Driven by a volatile mix of psychological narcissism, intense professional jealousy toward Henry Emily's creative genius, and an obsessive curiosity regarding the mechanics of human death, Afton began weaponizing the very business he helped build. He viewed the restaurant not as a family venue, but as his private testing environment. William envied Henry's natural engineering talent and the public admiration his partner received for creating the animatronic band. While William managed spreadsheets and vendor contracts, Henry was celebrated as the brilliant inventor who brought magic to life for local children. His professional resentment festered over years of partnership, poisoning William's mind and driving him to seek a dark, destructive control over Henry's creations. He studied the structural layout of the flagship pizzeria with a cold calculation, mapping out security blind spots, unmonitored camera angles, and employee movement schedules. William realized that the company's obsession with privacy, legal non-disclosure agreements, and corporate cover-ups provided the ultimate structural concealment for crime. The corporate shields he helped design to protect the business could be used to hide his own personal atrocities. Afton began observing the children who visited the restaurant daily, tracking vulnerable, isolated kids who wandered away from their parents near the arcade floor. He realized that the friendly mascot characters he managed held an incredible psychological influence over young minds. Children trusted the colorful characters implicitly, making them completely defenseless against someone wearing a mascot disguise. William's descent into violence was a deliberate choice executed by a man who understood the exact consequences of his actions. He wasn't a victim of circumstance or mechanical failure. He was an intelligent, calculated predator who weaponized corporate power. mascot trust, and architectural blind spots to commit murder. The co-founder of Fazbear Entertainment used his own restaurant as a hunting ground, setting off a chain of events that would destroy countless lives. Part 18. Charlotte Emily's death. The dark timeline officially ignited on a stormy night in 1983 when William Afton committed his first catalyst atrocity. Spotting Henry's young daughter Charlotte locked outside the restaurant's emergency exit and crying in the heavy rain, Afton pulled his car into the alleyway. Driven by a sudden surge of opportunistic malice and a desire to destroy his partner's life, he stepped out into the dark. Charlotte had been locked out by thoughtless children during a birthday party inside, her small hands smudging the glass door as she begged to be let back in. The bright lights and happy music of the pizzeria reflected off the wet pavement just inches away from where she stood in the cold. She was completely isolated, stranded beside the building's metal dumpsters in an unlit alleyway hidden from the main street. Afton approached the child in the dark without wearing a mascot disguise or hiding his face. In a raw, unfiltered act of psychopathic cruelty, he murdered Charlotte beside the dumpsters while the storm raged around them. He didn't execute this crime for scientific curiosity or corporate gain. It was a personal attack meant to break Henry Emily's spirit and ruin the life of the man he secretly hated. After committing the murder, Afton left the child's body lying in the mud beside the trash bins and returned to his car. He drove away into the rainy night without leaving direct physical evidence behind. Leaving his partner's daughter dead in the alley while the party inside the restaurant continued uninterrupted. The crime was quick, cold, and executed with absolute indifference to human suffering. This tragic murder severed the foundation of the partnership and set the supernatural curse of the franchise in motion. Charlotte Emily became the first victim of William Afton's violence, her life taken outside the very building her father had built to bring joy to children. The rain washed the blood down the alley drain, but the emotional trauma of that night permanently stained the history of Fazbear Entertainment. Part 19. The Puppet's New Purpose. The supernatural era of the franchise awakened immediately following Charlotte's murder due to the failure of Henry's security infrastructure. The prototype security puppet animatronic, designed by Henry specifically to monitor Charlotte's color-coded wristband and keep her safe, detected that she was outside its operational zone. The machine broke out of its present box inside the prize corner and slowly dragged itself toward the emergency exit. The security puppet was an advanced, single-purpose animatronic mounted on a thin structural frame, equipped with smooth facial plates and long, slender limbs. It was never designed to operate in wet outdoor environments, its delicate internal wiring vulnerable to water damage. As the machine forced its way through the heavy exit door and crawled into the pouring rain, water poured into its chassis, causing its internal circuits to spark and short-circuit. The puppet crawled through the muddy alleyway, its mechanical joints failing as its battery power drained into the rain pools. It finally reached Charlotte's lifeless body beside the dumpsters, collapsing directly over her frame in the dark. In that moment, a physical and alchemical convergence occurred between human trauma, high-voltage electrical short circuits, and conductive rainwater. Charlotte's lingering consciousness fused directly into the puppet's CPU as her biological life faded away. Her human soul completely overwritten the machine's factory code, bypassing physical death to take control of the animatronic vessel. The puppet didn't gain a basic artificial intelligence. It became a sentient, highly aware entity powered by a young girl's protective spirit and deep desire for justice. This fusion created the first true supernatural entity in the franchise's history. Charlotte Emily awakened inside the puppet, with her human memories intact. Driven by a new eternal mission to protect innocent children from the man who murdered her, the puppet became a silent guardian, possessing supernatural awareness, setting up the gift of life mechanic that would eventually give physical form to the victims who followed. Part 20. The Missing Children Incident begins. On June 26, 1985, William Afton scaled up his atrocities by executing the historic missing children's incident inside the flagship Freddys location. Donning the decommissioned Spring Bonnie Springlock suit from the hidden safe room, Afton utilized the bright friendly mascot disguise to completely bypass the children's natural fear of strangers. He stepped out onto the crowded dining floor, blending seamlessly with the festive atmosphere. Afton moved through the party rooms with a calm calculation, tracking vulnerable, isolated children who had wandered away from their parents near the arcade machines. Wearing the yellow rabbit suit, he approached the kids with cheerful gestures, using the beloved mascot identity to earn their immediate trust. He promised them a private tour backstage, a special birthday surprise, or a chance to meet the main animatronic band up close. One by one, the children followed the yellow rabbit down the quiet hallway leading toward the unmonitored safe room. Parents engaged in conversation across the crowded dining hall failed to notice their kids stepping away from the arcade cabinets. Afton guided his targets past the camera blind spots he had mapped out months earlier, leading them directly into the architectural blind spot built into the facility. Once inside the safe room, Afton closed the heavy security door, cutting off the loud music and bright lights of the dining room outside. The children found themselves trapped in a dark, windowless storage room surrounded by spare mechanical parts and dusty suit racks. The friendly mascot persona vanished as Afton locked the door from the inside, revealing the predator hidden beneath the fabric rabbit head. This systematic luring demonstrated Afton's complete mastery over the venue's operational weaknesses and child psychology. He weaponized the company's ultimate symbol of joy, turning a beloved character into a tool for mass murder. The missing children's incident began behind a locked door in an unmapped room, marking the absolute collapse of safety inside Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Part 21. The 5 Victims. Inside the dark confines of the safe room, William Afton systematically murdered 5 local children: Gabriel, Jeremy, Susie, Fritz, and Cassidy. The minigames and hidden logbook details across the series reveal fragments of their final moments, showcasing Afton's psychological cruelty. He lured Susie by pretending her deceased dog was alive and cornered the others when they were completely separated from their families during the busy shift. Afton slaughtered the children in a state of unhinged euphoria, ignoring their frantic cries for help as he executed his violent script. He used his physical strength and mechanical tools to overpower the terrified kids in the cramped storage room, leaving their bodies on the concrete floor. The crime was a display of pure psychopathic malice that permanently ruined 5 families and destroyed the community's trust. To ensure the physical remains would never be discovered by police search teams, Afton executed a horrific concealment strategy. He dragged the 5 corpses out of the safe room late at night and brought them backstage to the main show animatronics. Afton opened the heavy mechanical frames of Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy, forcibly stuffing the children's bodies deep inside the plush fabric skins alongside the steel endoskeletons. Cassidy's body was stuffed into the empty, spectral golden Freddy suit stored in the back room. The tight fit forced the organic remains against sharp internal gears, pneumatic valves, and uninsulated wiring. Afton closed the suit latches, concealing the physical evidence of his crime inside the very machines that perform for families every afternoon. The bodies were hidden in plain sight, standing on the main stage under bright spotlights. This act of concealment turned the beloved mascot characters into walking steel coffins. Afton believed he had committed the perfect crime, erasing the physical evidence of murder while securing his freedom. He walked out of the building that night, confident that his secret was safe, completely unaware that stuffing the corpses into the animatronics would trigger an unexpected supernatural reaction that would haunt him forever. Part 22. The puppet gives life. Following Afton's departure, the spirits of the 5 children floated within the silent facility in a state of chaotic, agonizing confusion. They were trapped in the dark dining room, unable to pass on or comprehend why their lives had been violently cut short. Their translucent forms hovered near the main stage, filled with fear, pain, and a desperate desire for comfort after the violent trauma they had suffered in the safe room. Recognizing their immense suffering, Charlotte Emily, operating through the hyper-aware state of the puppet, intervened during the Give Gifts, Give Life event. The thin, black and white animatronic glided across the checkered floor toward the lost souls. She didn't offer empty words or attempt to return them to their dead bodies, understanding that their physical lives were permanently over. Instead, Charlotte approached each wandering ghost individually, carrying the heavy plush heads of the main animatronic band. She physically forced the masks of Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy onto their spiritual forms, binding their human consciousness directly to the mechanical matrix of the steel endoskeletons containing their organic remains. Cassidy was bound to the empty yellow frame of Golden Freddy. This compassionate act gave the dead children physical vessels through which they could move, speak, and express their lingering rage. The fusion of human agony, organic tissue, and mechanical wiring bonded their souls permanently to the animatronic frames. The spirits were no longer helpless ghosts floating in the dark. They became powerful physical entities anchored to the heavy steel machines. The puppet gave life to the missing children, transforming them from passive victims into an active supernatural force inside the building. However, this gift came with a heavy cost. The children's human memories began to cloud over time, leaving them trapped inside a perpetual loop of trauma, anger, and a desperate drive to locate and eliminate the adult man who had murdered them. Part 23. The restaurant starts to change. In the weeks following the murders, the environmental atmosphere inside Freddy Fazbear's Pizza underwent a sinister degradation. Customers and floor staff began noticing that the animatronics were behaving with an eerie, unprogrammed hostility. Their optical sensors would lock on to adult guests with intense, silent malice, and their stage movement routines became jerky, unpredictable, and aggressive during afternoon shows. Worse, a horrific sanitary crisis erupted across the main dining room that left floor managers struggling to reassure disgusted parents. Dark streams of blood and foul-smelling mucus began leaking from the eyes and mouths of the mascot characters onto their plush fabric skins. Flies buzzed around the stage, and a severe rotting stench began wafting off the animatronics, filling the dining room with the smell of decomposing organic tissue. Parents complained bitterly to management, pointing out the greasy stains on the characters' faces and refusing to let their kids near the stage. Floor technicians were ordered to scrub the fabric skins with heavy industrial detergents every night, but the foul odor and leaking fluids returned hours later. The company issued statement after statement claiming the smell was caused by sanitation chemicals, desperately trying to mask the reality inside the suits. The animatronics began roaming the building at night, their steel joints clicking as they moved through the unlit hallways. The spirits inside the machines were confused, processing the environment through corrupted optical sensors and lingering feelings of panic. When they encountered adult staff members after hours, their eyes glowed with pale light, viewing every grown-up authority figure inside the facility as a potential manifestation of their killer. The beloved family restaurant transformed into a tense, unsettling space where the illusion of childhood joy was collapsing fast. The mascots that had drawn thousands of smiling toddlers were now viewed with deep suspicion and disgust by the local community. The physical remains hidden inside the steel frames were decomposing, breaking down the mechanical systems and forcing the corporate board to confront an escalating public relations nightmare. Part 24. Police Investigations and Public Suspicion. The local police department launched a massive criminal investigation into the facility, classifying the event as a multi-child abduction. Detectives processed the building, interviewing floor managers, reviewing security logs, and examining the arcade avenues for physical evidence. The community was gripped by intense panic as news of 5 missing local children dominated regional newspaper headlines and television broadcasts. Police technicians reviewed hours of grainy security camera footage, eventually identifying a suspect who handled the decommissioned spring Bonnie suit on the afternoon of June 26th. The video captured a human silhouette in a mascot disguise leading children down the hallway toward the back rooms. Detectives moved quickly, arresting William Afton at his home and placing him in custody as the prime suspect in the disappearances. However, because Afton had expertly hidden the corpses deep inside the operating machinery, police search teams failed to locate a single physical body during their thorough inspections of the venue. Detectives searched the kitchen, office spaces, supply closets, and storage bays, completely unaware that the children's remains were standing on the main stage inside the performing animatronics. The sealed safe room was completely missed due to its omission from building floor plans. Lacking the definitive forensic evidence of a physical body, the local prosecutor's office was forced to drop all formal charges against William Afton, releasing him from custody. Afton walked free without a criminal conviction, but the public remained convinced of his guilt. The local population viewed him with intense suspicion, and his reputation as a respected corporate executive was permanently ruined. The failure of the police investigation left the community in a state of absolute paranoid terror. Parents realized that a child murderer was walking the streets freely, while 5 local families were left without answers or closure. Public suspicion turned heavily against Fazbear Entertainment, with local residents viewing the company as an accomplice that helped shield a killer to protect its commercial business. Part 25. Declining business. Despite escaping legal prosecution, Fazbear Entertainment suffered a total collapse of consumer confidence that crippled its commercial operations. The local health department slapped the pizzeria with severe sanitation violations due to the leaking fluids, foul odors, and fly infestations surrounding the main show stage. Inspectors threatened to revoke the venue's operating license unless the company replaced the plush fabric skins and sanitized the characters completely. Regional news outlets published non-stop expos detailing the missing children, the failed police investigation, and the company's long history of safety shortcuts. Parents organized local boycotts, standing on the sidewalks outside the restaurant carrying signs that demanded justice for the missing kids. Families completely avoided the building, refusing to bring their children anywhere near a brand associated with child murder and biological rot. The once crowded dining rooms emptied out, leaving floor servers standing idle beside empty party tables during peak lunch shifts. Arcade token sales flatlined. Party package reservations were cancelled across the calendar. And the prize corner counter sat fully stocked with untouched corporate merchandise. The financial ledger turned deep red as daily operating expenses far exceeded the shrinking revenue collected at the registers. Fazbear Entertainment's corporate stock value plummeted on the regional market as investors scrambled to pull their capital from the disgraced brand. Franchise owners across neighboring towns cancelled their licensing agreements, removing the Freddy Fazbear name from their buildings to avoid bankruptcy. The company was bleeding cash rapidly, its financial reserves exhausted by mounting legal fees, health department fines, and empty dining halls. The flagship location transformed into a quiet financial wasteland where the remaining staff walked through dark hallways expecting layoffs. The corporate board realized that no amount of public relations spin or discounted party packages could restore consumer trust in a building stained by tragedy. The brand was dying commercially, its reputation destroyed by the very crime William Afton had committed inside its walls. Part 26. The first Freddy Fazbear's Pizza closes. Confronted by total financial insolvency, mounting health department citations, and an irreversible public relations disaster, the corporate board surrendered. At the end of 1985, the original flagship Freddy Fazbear's Pizza officially shut its doors permanently. Workers locked the front entrance, boarded up the glass display windows with heavy timber, and left the building to rot in the quiet rain. The company issued a cold, defensive public statement, claiming the closure was a temporary response to shifting economic conditions and regional market trends. Corporate PR deflections completely avoided mentioning the missing children, the health department violations, or the failed criminal investigation. Management blamed the failure on changing consumer habits, attempting to shield the brand's remaining intellectual property from permanent damage. Behind the scenes, Fazbear Entertainment executed a quiet, logistical extraction operation under cover of night. Company managers retrieved financial ledgers, administrative mainframes, and high-value arcade cabinets from the building before sealing the doors. However, they left the haunted, corpse-stuffed animatronics sitting inside the dark dining room, deeming the damaged machines too biohazardous and expensive to refurbish immediately. The original flagship location sat abandoned, a dark, silent monument to corporate greed and unpunished murder. Water leaked through the roof panels, mold grew along the checkered floor tiles, and cobwebs covered the motionless forms of Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy on stage. Inside the suits, the spirits of the 5 children remained trapped in total darkness, frozen in their trauma, while the outside world moved on. The executive board retreated into corporate shadows to execute a legal and financial restructuring plan. Driven by absolute refusal to abandon the lucrative family entertainment industry, the managers began drafting strategies to rebrand the company, secure new capital, and build a fresh restaurant line that would convince the public to forget the horrors of 1985. Part 27. Storing the original animatronics. Following the initial abandonment of the 1985 location, corporate logistics teams eventually returned to the building to extract the original core animatronic band. Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy were loaded onto flatbed transport trucks and moved to a secure off-site corporate storage facility. The company had no intention of honoring the dead children inside, viewing the broken machines strictly as valuable physical property and mechanical assets. The animatronics were dumped into the dark corners of a climate-controlled warehouse, left sitting on concrete floors without maintenance or electrical power. The corporate board planned to keep the hardware in storage until engineering teams could harvest their internal microchips, servo motors, and endoskeleton frames for future restaurant iterations. The characters were treated as cheap corporate scrap, waiting for a salvage crew. Inside the dark warehouse, the human remains trapped within the suits continued to decompose over years of total neglect. Organic tissue fused permanently with the internal steel wiring, pneumatic valves, and joint cylinders of the endoskeletons. This biological and spiritual decay bonded the children's agony deeply into the metal bones of the machines, creating a potent supernatural energy reservoir that could not be cleansed by basic repairs. The spirits of Gabriel, Jeremy, Susie, Fritz, and Cassidy remained fully conscious inside the stored animatronics throughout this period of isolation. Trapped in a state of suspended animation, they experienced the slow passage of time in complete darkness, their human memories fading further as their anger settled into a permanent silent rage. They waited in the cold storage bay, anchored to the rusted metal frames that held them fast. Fazbear Entertainment's decision to preserve the damaged animatronics instead of destroying them ensured that the curse of 1985 survived. By treating haunted tombs as salvageable business inventory, the corporate board preserved the exact spiritual vector that would contaminate their next commercial venture. The past was packed into crates and moved across town, ready to infect the next stage the company built. Part 28. The Withered Years. During this prolonged period of corporate storage and total neglect, the original animatronic cast underwent a severe, grotesque physical degradation, transforming into the withered models. A combination of internal organic decomposition, environmental moisture, and aggressive parts harvesting by company engineers tore the characters apart. They became terrifying monuments to corporate neglect, stripped of their original friendly appearance. Withered Freddy's plush fabric skin became caked in dark mold and stained by leaking internal fluids, his jaw sagging open to reveal raw mechanical gears inside his throat. Withered Bonnie suffered catastrophic damage when technicians violently ripped off his entire facial plate and left arm to harvest optical sensors and wiring harnesses for new projects, leaving a gaping void of exposed red and blue wires. Withered Chica had her jaw mechanism completely dislocated and broken wide open, leaving her mouth locked in a permanent unnatural stretch, while her hands were stripped down to blunt, bare endoskeleton wires. Withered Foxy suffered massive fabric shedding across his torso and legs that exposed sharp thoracic pistons, rusted joint brackets, and pointed metal claws. The original symbols of childhood joy were transformed into terrifying industrial monsters. Despite their ruined physical state, the internal mechanical hardware and spiritual energy inside the withered models remained fully operational. When company technicians entered the storage bays after hours to conduct parts inventory, the damaged animatronics would occasionally twitch, shift their posture, or stare blankly at the workers with pale glowing eyes. The mechanics dismissed these movements as residual battery power, terrified by the dark shapes in the warehouse corners. The withered animatronics embodied the true cost of Fazbear Entertainment's corporate shortcuts. They were physical wrecks, holding the lingering agony of murdered children, preserved only because the executive board refused to spend money on manufacturing brand new endoskeletons from scratch. The company kept these broken machines alive in the dark, preparing to haul them into their next restaurant as a cheap hardware backup. Part 29. Fazbear Entertainment refuses to die. Despite suffering a corporate disaster that would have permanently bankrupted any other business, the executive leadership of Fazbear Entertainment refused to abandon the lucrative family entertainment market, driven by pure capitalist greed and an unwavering belief that public memory of trauma is short-lived. The company executed a massive corporate rebranding strategy during the late 1980s. They prepared to launch their most ambitious commercial comeback yet. The board secured a fresh influx of venture capital from investors eager to tap into the high-margin family dining industry. They hired an aggressive public relations firm to handle media messaging, drafting a strategy designed to distance the brand from the tragedies of 1985. The company launched a narrative campaign that framed the old missing children incident as an unverified local urban legend and an exaggerated myth created by competitors. Fazbear Entertainment filed fresh corporate paperwork, updated its trademark filings, and designed an ultra-modern restaurant concept that promised absolute safety and high-tech family fun. The new marketing campaign celebrated the company's return, assuring parents that the upcoming location would feature revolutionary security systems, clinical sanitation standards, and brand new mascot characters designed to protect children. The executives calculated that a bright, high-tech aesthetic would overpower the dark rumors circulating on local web forums and in neighborhood news outlets. They believed that if they built a large enough neon paradise filled with advanced technology, the public would willingly bring their children back through the doors. The board treated human tragedy as a public relations obstacle that could be solved with slick marketing and heavy corporate spending. This refusal to acknowledge the reality of their past failures defined the company's corporate identity. Fazbear Entertainment moved forward with absolute arrogance, convinced that corporate capital and modern technology could neutralize a supernatural curse born from murder. The executive team broke ground on a new facility, setting up the exact conditions that would allow William Afton to return to his hunting grounds. Part 30. Designing a safer Freddys. To permanently erase public paranoia and satisfy mounting corporate insurance demands, the engineering team designed a revolutionary high-tech security infrastructure for the upcoming location. Moving away from Henry Emily's old mechanical designs, the new models, known as the toy animatronics, were engineered from the ground up to act as autonomous security sentinels that could actively protect guests. The toy models, featuring Toy Freddy, Toy Bonnie, Toy Chica, and a redesigned Toy Foxy, were equipped with state-of-the-art criminal facial recognition software linked directly to a local police database. The characters were configured with advanced behavioral overriding code, three-dimensional optical movement tracking, and dynamic audio triangulation sensors. The system was programmed to scan every adult face in the building within seconds, cross-referencing biometric data to detect unauthorized individuals or suspicious behavior. If an animatronic identified a flagged individual or detected a security threat, its programming triggered an immediate behavioral override. The character would freeze its performance loop, alert local staff through internal radio frequencies, and actively track the suspect across the dining floor until security personnel arrived. The company celebrated this system as an unbreachable defensive wall that would guarantee child safety. Additionally, the engineers installed advanced acoustic sensors that allowed the toy models to track sound locations across the building's floor plan. The characters were coded to seek out rooms where noise levels indicated customer activity, ensuring they remained surrounded by guests during operating hours. The company built an automated security matrix that turned stage mascots into mobile surveillance cameras. Fazbear Entertainment believed they had built an unshakable technological defense that eliminated human error and corporate liability. They assured investors that no killer could ever operate inside a facility monitored by facial recognition sentinels. The executives celebrated their technical achievement, completely blind to how easily advanced artificial intelligence could be corrupted when introduced to an environment already stained by spiritual agony. Part 31. Building the new restaurant. With the high-tech blueprints finalized, construction crews broke ground on the grand venue in 1987. The company spent millions in venture capital to build an ambitious commercial location designed to overshadow their past failures. They moved away from the rustic wooden aesthetic of the original diner, creating a bright neon facility with open dining spaces. The building was engineered to project an image of absolute corporate transparency and safety. It was designed as a sparkling trap that successfully lured families back through the doors. The floor plan featured expansive party rooms, high-fidelity arcade avenues, and an expanded prize boutique. Massive ventilation ducts ran through the ceiling, connecting every room to a central air management system. The electrical grid was upgraded to handle the power requirements of a brand new animatronic line. Bright fluorescent lighting filled every hallway, eliminating the dark corners that had plagued the previous building. Corporate executives believed this modern environment would reassure nervous parents who remembered the older rumors. Behind the scenes, contractors installed high-tech security infrastructure wired directly into the local police department. Camera monitors were placed in a central office designed with an open hallway facing the main corridor. The facility was built around the concept of total visibility, allowing guards to observe customer movement across the building. Every room was equipped with audio sensors and motion detectors to prevent unauthorized access after hours. Management believed these physical upgrades would make another tragedy impossible. The kitchen facilities were expanded to handle large crowd capacities during peak weekend shifts. High-speed conveyor ovens and commercial prep stations were installed to churn out hundreds of pizzas daily. The prize corner was positioned near the main entrance to maximize ticket redemption sales from the nearby arcade games. Every commercial element was calculated to keep guests inside the venue longer and encourage continuous spending. The company built an impressive showcase of corporate ambition that hid its structural flaws behind bright paint. Despite the shiny new aesthetic, the construction phase carried old liabilities forward into the new building. The management team brought the original ruined animatronics out of storage, placing them inside a dark parts and service room near the back hallway. Rather than destroying the haunted machines, the company kept them on site as a cheap hardware reserve. The decision to store those broken endoskeletons inside the new building brought the old curse directly into the modern facility. The stage was set for a disaster that no amount of corporate spending could prevent. Part 32. Building the new Freddy Fazbear Pizza. In 1987, Fazbear Entertainment deployed millions in venture capital to construct its grandest architectural project. they opened a massive entertainment hub designed to scrub the brand's name of the 1985 murders. Moving away from the rustic layouts of the old diner, this facility was engineered as a bright paradise flooded with visual lighting matrices and sound design. The company prioritized psychological distraction, packing the expansive floor plan with gaming zones to convince a skeptical public that past tragedies were isolated anomalies. The architectural layout was designed to process thousands of guests weekly while maintaining high security. Wide glass windows lined the exterior walls, while bright neon signs illuminated the main dining room stage. The floor plan featured specialized party areas named after the new mascot characters, each equipped with private audio speakers. The management team believed that a clean, modern aesthetic would prevent customers from associating the venue with old rumors. They built a commercial sanctuary that hid its operational flaws behind expensive decorations. The central office was designed with a wide open hallway that led directly into the main dining area. Unlike the previous location, this room didn't feature motorized security doors, relying instead on open visibility and manual flashlight sweeps. The company omitted door controls to save on electrical installation costs, believing that the new animatronic safety programming made physical barriers unnecessary. This design choice created a major tactical vulnerability for night guards working the shift, leaving the office exposed from 3 separate directions. The building's ventilation grid was constructed with large structural ducts that connected the office directly to adjacent party rooms. These vents were wide enough for an animatronic frame to crawl through, creating unmonitored pathways across the facility. Technicians installed localized light switches inside the vent shafts, but omitted motorized grates or emergency shutters. The lack of physical barriers inside the ventilation system demonstrated the company's reckless reliance on automated software to manage security. Despite the expensive launch, the restaurant carried a deep structural rot behind its polished surface. The management team maintained a strict policy of secrecy regarding past incidents, forbidding employees from discussing the 1985 investigation. The company opened its doors to a fresh generation of families, claiming that modern technology had eliminated every potential safety hazard. They built a multi-million-dollar illusion that was destined to collapse the moment its automated security networks failed. Part 33. The Toy Animatronics. The technical centerpiece of this rebranding strategy was the Toy Animatronics line, consisting of Toy Freddy, Toy Bonnie, Toy Chica, Mangle, and Balloon Boy. These models abandoned Henry's heavy hydraulic skeletons in favor of lightweight endoskeletons wrapped in smooth plastic outer shells. From a programming standpoint, they were equipped with advanced artificial intelligence networks, local audio triangulation matrices, and facial recognition software. The system was coded to monitor customer biometric data, allowing the characters to cross-reference every adult face against a criminal database within seconds. Toy Freddy served as the new lead vocalist, featuring a round plastic chassis and an automated jaw mechanism designed for clear speech. Toy Bonnie was built with dynamic joint modules that allowed him to move across the stage while playing his electric guitar. Toy Chica was configured as a sleek backup singer with a removable plastic beak that detached during performance routines. Each character was painted in bright pastels with blush cheeks to appear friendly and non-threatening to young children. The internal programming of the toy line relied on a localized network that connected all characters to a central mainframe. This network allowed the animatronics to share optical data in real time, coordinating their movements during daily stage shows. The software included autonomous pathfinding routines that enabled the robots to walk freely through the dining rooms during daytime operating hours. The company celebrated this mobility as a major technological achievement that brought the characters closer to the audience. The facial recognition system was linked to security cameras built directly into the characters' optical lenses. When scanning an adult, the software analyzed facial geometry and matched the measurements against records stored in the police database. If a match was detected, the animatronic was programmed to stare at the individual and emit a localized signal to alert management. The company assured local authorities that this system would instantly identify trespassers or suspicious adults before any harm could occur. However, this complex security network proved to be remarkably fragile when exposed to environmental interference. The facial recognition software lacked advanced logic filters, making it prone to misinterpreting shadows, cosmetic makeup, or minor facial injuries. The software couldn't distinguish between a real criminal threat and a tired night watchman working a late shift in the dark. The company built an over-engineered security system that was one software glitch away from total operational failure. Part 34. The withered animatronics return. Despite public corporate statements claiming a total departure from the past, Fazbear Entertainment's strict financial parameters prevented them from discarding the original cast. The company retained the rotting remains of Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy within the building's interior, stuffing them into the cold concrete parts and service room, nominally kept as a fallback hardware source to harvest microchips and wiring components. These withered models became a toxic metaphysical hazard inside the facility. The condition of these stored characters reflected years of severe neglect and aggressive parts harvesting by field technicians. Withered Freddy's plush fabric skin was caked in mold and stained by leaking internal fluids, his mechanical jaw hanging loose. Withered Bonnie had his entire facial plate and left arm violently ripped off to harvest sensors for the toy models, leaving a void of exposed wires. Withered Chica had her jaw mechanism broken wide open, her hands stripped down to blunt metal wires. Withered Foxy suffered massive fabric shedding across his torso that exposed sharp thoracic pistons and rusted joint brackets. He was kept isolated in the back room because his internal speed governors had failed, making his locomotion dangerous to nearby staff. Technicians avoided entering parts and service whenever possible, uncomfortable with the lingering odor and the unnatural way the broken machines shifted position in the dark. The company treated these historic assets like cheap junk, while ignoring the biological residue inside them. Their internal programming matrices remained thoroughly bonded to the agony-infused remains of the original 5 victims from 1985. The souls of those children hadn't moved on when the old restaurant closed, remaining anchored to the metal endoskeletons beneath the fabric. When the new venue opened, these spirits woke up in a strange environment, surrounded by loud arcade sounds and unfamiliar staff members. The agony stored within their rusted frames created a permanent reservoir of spiritual energy right beneath the new stage. The presence of the withered models inside the new facility created a fatal contradiction for the business. While marketing teams celebrated the sleek plastic toy line, 4 haunted mechanical corpses sat in a back room waiting for nightfall. The company kept them on site to save money on spare parts, completely blind to the reality that they had brought the original murder victims directly into their modern building. The old curse sat behind an unlocked door, ready to bleed into the new location. Part 35. The puppet moves into the new restaurant. Unbeknownst to the corporate logistics teams who transported the prize corner assets, Charlotte Emily's spirit migrated seamlessly into the 1987 venue. Her soul remained bound to the slender frame of the puppet, which was brought into the new restaurant as the primary attraction for the prize corner. Stationed inside a large gift box, the animatronic was kept dormant during operating hours through a continuous audio stream generated by a winding music box. The music box mechanism served as a mechanical control device that kept the puppet's internal servo motors from initializing. As long as the melody played continuously, the software stayed locked in a passive state, allowing staff to run the prize corner without incident. If the music box stopped winding down, the animatronic's internal sensors initialized, allowing Charlotte's consciousness to take full control of the physical frame. The company treated the music box as a simple attraction feature, unaware of its true function. Charlotte utilized this transition to expand her protective crusade across the new facility. Her spirit maintained total awareness within the puppet's CPU, acting as a silent guardian over the children who visited the restaurant every day. She observed the new toy animatronics from her gift box, sensing the artificial nature of their software and the lack of human consciousness inside their plastic shells. She waited patiently for the moment William Afton would inevitably return to his old hunting grounds. Unlike the confused souls of the missing children, Charlotte preserved her human intelligence and memories from 1983. She understood the true nature of her father's former partner and recognized the threat he posed to every child in the building. Her presence in the prize corner established a supernatural watchtower over the facility, ready to intervene if Afton attempted another crime inside the pizzeria. The corporate board viewed the puppet as a cheap prop that added flavor to the prize redemption experience, completely ignorant of the entity inside it. They installed a remote music box winder in the security office, instructing night guards to keep the signal active at all times to prevent mechanical roaming. They built a simple operational routine around a supernatural force, oblivious to the fact that Charlotte Emily was running her own protection strategy right in the center of their new restaurant. Part 36. A new restaurant. The same old secrets. The daily operations of the 1987 location quickly exposed a profound corporate paradox. The company had built an advanced technological fort around a foundation of rotting historical secrets. While front-facing public relations campaigns celebrated the clinical safety of the toy models, internal operational logs documented a rapid breakdown of systemic security across every department. The business model relied on aggressive denial, hiding operational glitches behind cheerful corporate deflections. The building's architecture created severe operational hazards that field staff struggled to manage during daily shifts. The central office lacked motorized emergency doors, leaving night guards vulnerable to approaching animatronics from 3 separate directions. The ventilation shafts acted as acoustic channels that amplified sounds across the complex, confusing the optical pathfinding algorithms of the toy line. Management ignored these design flaws, prioritizing low construction costs over basic employee safety. Corporate executives actively suppressed internal maintenance reports detailing severe glitches within the facial recognition mainframes. Technicians noted that the toy animatronics were displaying strange behavioral shifts around adult visitors, staring intensely at customers and failing to complete their stage routines. Instead of taking the characters offline for diagnostic testing, management instructed staff to blame the errors on glare from party decorations or temporary power variances. The company maintained its policy of absolute secrecy regarding the 1985 murders, threatening employees with immediate termination if they discussed the old location. Staff were forced to sign strict non-disclosure agreements before receiving their first paycheck, ensuring that internal safety concerns never reached the local press. The corporate culture prioritized brand image above human life, creating an environment where serious warning signs were routinely buried under paperwork. This culture of institutional negligence made the new facility completely vulnerable to another disaster. By refusing to acknowledge past mistakes, the company left the door wide open for history to repeat itself inside the bright neon hallways. The corporate board believed that their legal shields and marketing campaigns would protect them from consequences, totally blind to the fact that their new restaurant was built on the exact same floors that destroyed the first one. Part 37. To save their murders, William Afton successfully exploited these corporate oversights by returning to the 1987 venue under a falsified identity during the day shift. Utilizing his intimate technical knowledge of the company's internal security network, Afton secured a position as a day shift security guard. He moved through the building wearing a standard employee uniform, using his corporate access to bypass camera tracking and administrative oversight, while mapping out the restaurant's daily routines. On a shift in late 1987, Afton executed a secondary systematic massacre known as the Save Them incident, slaughtering 5 more local children inside the facility. Unlike his 1985 crime, Afton didn't bother hiding the bodies inside the animatronics or dragging them into a hidden room. He left the fresh corpses scattered openly across the arcade avenues, party rooms, and prize corner floor tiles for staff to discover. This act was a deliberate biological and digital contamination designed to ruin the company's new venture. The raw agony radiating from the fresh victims flooded the building's localized electromagnetic fields, triggering a massive spiritual cascade across the facility. The blood spattered across the floorboards seeped into the electronic sensors buried inside the carpet, introducing intense negative energy into the restaurant's central wiring. The minigame hidden inside Five Nights at Freddy's 2 showed the aftermath of this secondary tragedy through the eyes of Freddy Fazbear. Guided by the puppet's voice repeating the phrase, "Save them," the animatronic walked through the quiet hallways past the lifeless bodies of the fresh victims. The sequence culminated with the appearance of Afton's purple sprite holding a mechanical tool, declaring that the children couldn't be saved before crashing the game software. The Save Them murders shattered whatever stability remained inside the 1987 location. Afton walked away from the scene without being caught, leaving another trail of blood behind him inside a Fazbear facility. The corporate board tried to manage the disaster through immediate cover-ups, but the spiritual damage was already done. The fresh murders infected the building's digital systems, setting off a chain reaction that would destroy the toy line from the inside out. Part 38. The toy animatronics become haunted. Following the Save Them slaughter, the toy animatronics underwent a swift behavioral degradation. The intense emotional agony radiating from the fresh blood on the floor directly infected the machine's sensitive digital sensors and facial recognition software. The spiritual contamination corrupted their criminal database parameters, causing the artificial intelligence to reclassify every adult inside the building as an active threat. The characters stopped executing their peaceful performance routines during afternoon shifts, displaying erratic movements on stage. Their optical lenses, designed to scan customer faces, began glitching violently whenever an adult approached the party tables during night shifts. Their eyes would glaze over into pitch-black voids, illuminated only by white pinpricks of light, and they began tracking the night watchman with intense predatory focus. The game showed that the toy line wasn't possessed in the same traditional sense as the original Withered characters. Instead of containing individual human souls, their advanced neural networks were infected by the raw emotional agony and digital corruption generated by Afton's crimes. This energetic infection corrupted their programming rules, forcing them to view every adult staff member as a direct manifestation of their killer. The animatronics began roaming the building at night, their plastic joints clicking as they bypassed their pathfinding locks to reach the central office. They didn't move like malfunctioning machines, displaying a coordinated hunting strategy that forced night watchmen to use every defensive tool available to survive the shift. The company's high-tech security sentinels had transformed into aggressive predators that viewed the staff as targets. This corruption proved that advanced artificial intelligence couldn't protect a venue built on human tragedy. The company's state-of-the-art security system was weaponized against its own employees by the spiritual energy of Afton's victims. The toy line became a terrifying example of how digital technology and supernatural agony merge in the franchise, turning an expensive security network into a lethal hazard. Part 39. Mangle and the Children's Playground. The tragic limits of the toy line's structural durability were epitomized by the take-apart and put-together attraction in Kids Cove, featuring Toy Foxy. Engineered with a smooth white and pink plastic shell, the character was intended to be a friendly mascot for young toddlers. However, management placed the animatronic in an unmonitored playroom where unsupervised children systematically tore the character apart during daily shifts. Toddlers pulled off the plastic limb coverings, detached the facial plates, and unscrewed the internal joint brackets every afternoon. Growing tired of executing costly nightly reassembly protocols, management ordered staff to leave the character as a mangled pile of exposed servo motors, loose wires, and structural limbs. The company renamed the attraction Mangle, turning an administrative failure into a chaotic attraction that children were encouraged to rebuild. This continuous physical trauma, combined with the local spiritual corruption from the Save Them murders, caused Mangle to awaken as a highly unstable entity. The machine's internal programming matrix fractured under the stress of daily destruction, creating an aggressive consciousness that viewed human contact with deep hostility. Mangle learned to crawl along walls and ceiling support beams using its multi-limbed endoskeleton frame to bypass ground obstacles. The character emitted a permanent loud stream of garbled high-frequency police radio static from its shattered audio processors. This static signal echoed through the ventilation shafts at night, warning security guards that the entity was approaching the office from above. Mangle moved through the building like an irregular spider frame, hanging from ceiling beams before striking from camera blind spots. Mangle represented the complete breakdown of Fazbear Entertainment's corporate safety promises. A character built to demonstrate modern robotic engineering was reduced to a dangerous pile of scrap that hung from the ceiling of a children's playroom. The company allowed an animatronic to remain in a state of total structural ruin, creating a volatile predator that would eventually trigger one of the franchise's most infamous disasters. Part 40. Balloon Boy, Gigi, and the smaller attractions. To further monetize the perimeter spaces of the facility, the corporate board introduced a line of smaller child interaction models, exemplified by Balloon Boy and his hidden variant Gigi. Lacking the heavy complex locomotion systems of the main stage cast, Balloon Boy was engineered as a rigid plastic prop, programmed with a repetitive high-pitched vocal loop. Stationed near the prize corner, his function was to draw guests toward vendor carts by offering paper balloons. Under the influence of the building's supernatural infection, Balloon Boy's internal coding mutated into a highly disruptive tactical asset during night shifts. He bypassed his stationary stage locks and began walking through the arcade avenues, his plastic joints making clicking sounds on the tile floor. His voice box repeated greetings and laughter across the ventilation grid, drawing other animatronics toward his exact coordinate. Balloon Boy didn't possess sharp mechanical teeth or heavy claws to attack the night watchman directly. Instead, he crawled into the central office through the left ventilation shaft, standing near the desk while laughing repeatedly. His presence disabled the guard's flashlight control button, stripping away the office's primary defense against Withered Foxy and the other darkness-sensitive characters. The hidden variant known as JJ manifested beneath the security desk as a quiet hallucination, displaying a purple and blue color palette that matched Balloon Boy's design. While her exact role remained one of the series' subtle mysteries, her appearance reinforced the idea that the smaller prop animatronics were infected by the same energetic corruption that plagued the main cast. These secondary characters added another layer of tactical danger to the night shift. The introduction of Balloon Boy showed how even minor commercial attractions were corrupted by the facility's dark environment. A simple plastic prop designed to sell party balloons became a tactical nightmare that actively sabotaged employee survival tools. Fazbear Entertainment's attempt to fill every corner of the restaurant with cheap robotic novelties created additional vectors for the curse to exploit. Part 41. Jeremy Fitzgerald's Night Shift. The structural collapse of the 1987 location culminated during the grueling night shifts of security guard Jeremy Fitzgerald. Hired in November to monitor the building from midnight to 6 in the morning, Jeremy faced an industrial nightmare. Armed with nothing but a slow recharging flashlight, a flickering monitor console, and an empty Freddy Fazbear mascot head, he was forced to defend himself against 11 active animatronics. The mascot head served as his primary line of defense against the toy animatronics and several withered models. By slipping the heavy hollow mask over his face when a character entered the office, Jeremy fooled their corrupted optical sensors into registering him as another mascot frame. However, this disguise was completely ineffective against Withered Foxy, who required repeated flashes of high-intensity light to reset his internal pathfinding software. Jeremy was forced to maintain a frantic operational rhythm throughout his 6-hour shift. He had to constantly wind the prize corner music box using his monitor console to prevent the puppet from initializing, while monitoring vent openings and checking the central hallway with his flashlight. A single mistake in timing allowed an animatronic to enter the office and end his life on the floor tiles. As the week progressed, the building's central server crashed entirely, disabling localized safety locks across all character bays. The high-tech toy models and the rotting withered models bypassed their pathfinding restrictions simultaneously, swarming toward the office in a coordinated assault. Jeremy survived 6 nights of continuous psychological trauma, managing limited flashlight power while tracking 11 distinct mechanical predators in the dark. Jeremy's experience demonstrated the absolute failure of Fazbear Entertainment's security promises. The company placed a lone low-wage employee in a defenseless room surrounded by aggressive machines, providing him with temporary disguises instead of proper security doors. Jeremy survived his night shifts through pure focus, only to be moved to the day shift just as the facility reached its absolute breaking point. Part 42. The Bite of 87. The structural tension exploded into a high-profile public disaster during a daytime birthday party when Jeremy Fitzgerald was moved to the day shift to protect the guests. The management team reassigned him after the night shifts proved too hazardous, instructing him to wear his guard uniform and stay close to the animatronics during afternoon performances. He was told to ensure that no children touched the characters or entered restricted areas. Due to the total corruption of the facial recognition network, one of the toy models suffered a catastrophic behavioral override mid-performance. Forensic telemetry, movement capability, and jaw structure heavily implied that Mangle was the character responsible for the incident. Hanging from a ceiling beam or standing near the party tables, the animatronic's optical sensors locked onto an adult target, reclassifying the individual as a criminal threat. Bypassing its safety protocols, the animatronic lunged forward and executed a brutal high-pressure jaw snap on an adult victim, who game details heavily suggest was Jeremy Fitzgerald working his new day shift. The heavy mechanical jaw crushed the front of the victim's skull, completely tearing away the frontal lobe of their brain in front of a crowded dining room filled with screaming families. The victim survived the initial physical trauma, but the incident instantly destroyed the company's grand illusion of automated safety. Blood spattered across the clean tile floor and party tables as staff scrambled to disconnect the power breakers and clear the room. The Bite of 87 became a famous disaster that permanently ruined the public reputation of the toy animatronics line. This catastrophic failure forced Fazbear Entertainment to confront the reality that their high-tech security sentinels were lethal hazards. A multi-million-dollar technology line had committed a violent assault in broad daylight in front of dozens of witnesses. The Bite of 87 marked the immediate end of the new and improved pizzeria, forcing the corporate board into emergency damage control to avoid total legal destruction. Part 43. Corporate damage control. Faced with a devastating public relations crisis and a massive investigation by local health and police authorities, Fazbear Entertainment launched a clinical damage control campaign. The executive board issued sweeping, non-specific public denials, blaming the entire disaster on an unmapped software glitch in the new security networks. They refused to accept moral responsibility for the injury, attempting to frame the incident as an unpredictable technical error. To appease corporate insurers and avoid catastrophic personal injury lawsuits, the board ordered the immediate deactivation of the multi-million-dollar toy line. The expensive plastic models were taken off stage, stripped of their power cells, and broken down by maintenance crews. Management mandated that their plastic outer shells be incinerated to erase any physical evidence of the malfunction before state investigators could inspect the hardware. The company downsized its operational footprint overnight, terminating staff contracts and cancelling franchise agreements across the region. They issued press releases claiming that the restaurant was closing temporarily due to administrative restructuring, while quietly preparing to liquidate the high-tech assets inside the building. The executive team focused entirely on protecting their stock value and avoiding criminal liability for the workplace accident. The corporate board decided to retain the old withered animatronics, planning to keep their rusted endoskeletons in storage for a potential low-budget reopening in the future. They recognized that the original characters possessed simpler mechanical designs that were cheaper to maintain than the complex toy line. The company chose to abandon its high-tech security dreams, returning to the cheap baseline that had defined their early years. This damage control strategy demonstrated the company's absolute cynicism. Rather than fixing their dangerous technology or compensating the victims of their negligence, Fazbear Entertainment destroyed evidence and downsized their operations to survive financially. They buried the truth behind another wall of legal paperwork, preparing to launch another low-budget venue as soon as public outrage subsided. Part 44. Closing the second Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. After barely a few weeks of active commercial operations, the new and improved Freddy Fazbear's Pizza officially collapsed into bankruptcy. The front doors were padlocked, the bright neon signs were permanently disconnected, and the facility was stripped of its high-tech infrastructure. The multi-million-dollar flagship venue that was supposed to save the brand became another abandoned building in the company's long history of failures. The brief chaotic history of the 1987 location cemented a permanent truth within the franchise's universe. No level of advanced digital technology, criminal databases, or corporate spending could contain or neutralize the raw, expanding curse born from William Afton's crimes. The company had spent millions trying to build a safe restaurant, only to create another hunting ground that ended in blood and trauma. The liquidation crew cleared out the arcade machines, neon lights, and vendor carts, leaving the building empty and dark. The withered animatronics were loaded back onto transport trucks and moved to a small storage facility, where they sat in silence once again. The spirits inside the suits remained trapped, their agony unresolved as the company abandoned another physical location to rot. The public reputation of Fazbear Entertainment reached an all-time low following the closure. Parents refused to trust the brand name. Local newspapers published harsh editorials criticizing the company's safety record. And investors pulled their capital from future projects. The business was forced into a deep financial recession that threatened to end the franchise permanently. Despite the total commercial collapse, the executive board refused to dissolve the company completely. They held on to the original animatronic patents and mascot trademarks, waiting for the public memory of the Bite of 87 to fade. The second pizzeria fell silent, leaving behind a legacy of failure that set the stage for one final desperate attempt to reopen on a shoestring budget years later. Part 45. Reopening on a smaller budget. Following a prolonged multi-year period of financial stagnation and corporate liquidation, a severely downsized Fazbear Entertainment launched a desperate low-budget salvage operation in the early 1990s. Abandoning all dreams of automated technological supremacy and grand multi-story complexes, the company retreated to a smaller, older, and significantly cheaper commercial building. Operating on a shoestring budget with a skeleton crew, the brand pinned its entire survival on nostalgia. The management team pulled the original 1985 characters out of storage to act as their primary performance assets once again. They realized that rebuilding the classic core band was far cheaper than manufacturing new animatronics or installing advanced security networks. The company cut corners on basic structural maintenance, electrical installation, and employee staffing to maximize every single penny of profit from the small operation. The new location featured a cramped dining hall, a single small stage, and a narrow hallway layout that recalled the simple design of the original diner era. The company removed all traces of the high-tech toy line, returning to basic showtape servers and manual light switches to run the facility. They marketed the venue as a classic neighborhood pizzeria, hoping that retro charm would attract local families who didn't remember the old scandals. To minimize labor expenses, the company hired a single night watchman to monitor the building after hours, paying minimum wage for a high-risk security position. They provided limited electrical power to the office, installing a generator grid that actively punished the guard for keeping security doors closed or hallway lights turned on for too long. The management team prioritized electrical savings over employee safety, setting up a dangerous working environment. This low-budget reopening represented Fazbear Entertainment's last desperate stand in the commercial market. The company was bleeding cash and running out of assets, using refurbished machines from a crime scene to keep its doors open. The small pizzeria opened its doors to the public in the early 1990s, completely oblivious to the fact that the haunted animatronics on stage were ready to begin another week of terror. Part 46. Rebuilding Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy. When Fazbear Entertainment launched one final restaurant in the early 1990s, they didn't have the financial capital to design new machines. The disastrous failure of the toy line in 1987 had crippled the business, forcing corporate executives into a low-budget salvage operation. They returned to the off-site warehouse where the withered animatronics had been sitting in total darkness for years. The engineering team received a strict mandate to restore the original 4 characters as cheaply as possible, utilizing whatever mechanical components were already owned by the company to avoid manufacturing costs. The physical refurbishment process was a crude overhaul that prioritized visual appearance over mechanical safety. Technicians stripped away the moldy fabric coverings from the 1985 models, replacing them with simpler plush shells that gave the characters a rounded silhouette. Withered Bonnie received a synthetic faceplate and a fresh arm structure, though his internal wiring remained a tangled mass beneath the cloth. Withered Chica's broken jaw was realigned and locked into place with metal brackets, while Withered Foxy had his exposed thoracic pistons covered by brown fabric pants. Underneath these fresh fabric shells, the mechanical frames remained entirely unchanged. The heavy steel endoskeletons were the exact same units that had been built by Henry Emily during the early diner era. The mechanics oiled the rusted hydraulic joints and tightened the loose servos, but they didn't replace the core processors. The internal mainframe still contained the digital logs and sensory records from the previous locations, preserved alongside the biological residue that had seeped into the steel wiring during the original missing children incident. The company ignored the foul odors and strange stains on the metal frames, treating the haunted animatronics as cheap corporate hardware. They scrubbed the surface grease away, but failed to address the deep spiritual contamination that anchored the souls of the missing children to the machinery. The spirits of Gabriel, Jeremy, Susie, and Fritz remained firmly attached to the mechanical bones of Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy. The physical restoration simply provided the dead children with fully functional bodies once again, restoring the mobility they'd lost when their old suits were stripped for spare parts. To cut daily operating costs, the company downgraded the animatronic mainframes to basic 8-bit performance routines. The vocal processors were permanently muted during non-performance hours, and the characters were locked into rigid show loops during the afternoon. However, the engineers left the automated night roaming mode active to prevent the internal servos from seizing up during long periods of inactivity. This cost-cutting choice ensured that the physical machines remained capable of moving across the dining floor after the front doors were locked. The spiritual agony inside the steel endoskeletons wasn't suppressed by these mechanical downgrades. As the restored animatronics stood on stage during the day, their optical sensors tracked adult visitors with an eerie focus. The children's souls were fully aware inside the clean fabric shells, their lingering rage preserved beneath the fresh fleece coverings. The superficial repairs gave the mascots a friendly outward appearance, but the underlying threat was more concentrated than it had ever been in previous years. When the refurbishing process concluded, the characters looked clean and approachable to a casual observer in the dining room. The new designs hid the heavy mechanical joints under soft fabric, disguising the dangerous steel machinery beneath a cheerful aesthetic. Fazbear Entertainment believed they'd successfully transformed broken liabilities into profitable family assets without spending a fortune. They placed the restored band on transport trucks and shipped them to the new restaurant, completely oblivious to the fact that they were delivering 4 haunted coffins to another public venue. Part 47. The restaurant during the 5 Nights at Freddy's 1 era. The physical layout of the 1993 pizzeria was a claustrophobic monument to corporate decline. The building was significantly smaller than the expansive 1987 location, consisting of a single dining hall flanked by a narrow stage. The walls were covered in peeling checkered wallpaper, while dim fluorescent lights flickered overhead to save on electricity expenses. The air inside the facility was heavy with the smell of old grease, stale carpet, and the faint lingering odor of industrial cleaning chemicals used to mask the scent of the animatronics. The main stage housed Freddy, Bonnie, and Chica, positioned under warm spotlights that cast long shadows across the empty party tables. Off to the side sat Pirate Cove, a secondary attraction hidden behind purple star-patterned curtains. Foxy was kept isolated behind these curtains because his mechanical restoration had been incomplete, leaving his fabric skin torn along his chest and legs. The management team placed a cardboard out-of-order sign in front of the small stage, leaving the Pirate Fox to sit in the dark while the main band performed their automated routines. The perimeter of the building contained a series of narrow service rooms that reflected the company's severe financial strain. The backstage workshop was packed with spare endoskeleton heads sitting on wooden shelves, their empty optical sockets staring blankly at the security camera. The kitchen sat completely unmonitored by the surveillance network, its camera feed intentionally disabled by management to hide the grease buildup on the floor tiles. The supply closet was a tiny alcove where cleaning chemicals were stored alongside exposed electrical panels that hummed continuously throughout the night shift. The security office sat at the end of 2 long, unlit hallways that ran down the sides of the building. The room was equipped with a small desk, a flickering monitor console, a desk fan, and 2 heavy motorized security doors. These heavy doors were connected to a local generator grid that possessed a strictly limited power capacity. The narrow corridors provided direct pathways from the main stage to the office desk, creating a dangerous funnel that directed any roaming animatronics straight toward the night guard's location. The management team relied on a single night guard to protect the entire commercial property from midnight to 6 in the morning. They provided no defensive weapons or secondary barriers, leaving the employee isolated at the security desk. The camera monitor allowed the guard to view individual rooms, but the feeds were low resolution and prone to static interference when an animatronic moved through a corridor. The physical environment was engineered to minimize corporate overhead rather than ensure the survival of the person monitoring the building. The environmental design created a psychological trap for anyone working the overnight shift. The dark hallways amplified every mechanical footstep, while the flickering lights created deceptive shadows along the corridor walls. The guard couldn't leave the office without stepping directly into the path of the roaming mascots, forcing the worker to remain seated at the desk for 6 hours. The pizzeria felt like a quiet tomb after hours, an isolated space where the cheerful daytime decorations took on an unsettling appearance in the dark. This limited power supply created a lethal environmental flaw for anyone working the overnight shift. If a guard kept the security doors closed or left the hallway lights on for too long, the generator grid would drain completely. When the power hit zero, the entire facility plunged into absolute darkness, disabling the camera network and opening the heavy doors permanently. The company built a facility that prioritized low electrical costs over basic structural security, creating an isolated arena where a lone employee was forced to manage 4 aggressive machines with a failing energy grid. Part 48. Phone Guy's Perspective. The daily reality of working inside the classic pizzeria was documented through a series of pre-recorded audio messages left behind by Phone Guy. This long-term employee served as the corporate voice of the company, leaving instructional cassettes for incoming security guards to guide them through their first week on the job. His calm, detached demeanor throughout these recordings exposed the profound level of normalization that had infected the company's internal culture over decades of operational failure. He spoke about lethal industrial hazards as if they were minor technical inconveniences that required a simple workaround. Phone Guy explained the animatronics' nightly aggression using standard corporate deflections. He claimed the characters were placed in a free roaming mode at night to prevent their hydraulic servos from locking up due to inactivity. He casually admitted that if the machines encountered a human after hours, they wouldn't recognize the person as an employee. Instead, they'd see a bare metal endoskeleton out of its proper costume and attempt to forcefully stuff the person inside a spare Freddy Fazbear suit, an outcome that meant instant death due to the crossbeams and wires inside the mask. His instructional monologues revealed the exact methods Fazbear Entertainment used to handle employee fatalities behind the scenes. Phone Guy advised the guard that if a death occurred on shift, a missing person report would be filed within 90 days after the facility was thoroughly cleaned and the carpets were replaced. The company treated the loss of human life as a routine administrative task, focusing entirely on scrubbing physical evidence before local health authorities or the press could investigate the building. Corporate policy prioritized brand protection over human survival in every single scenario. Throughout his recordings, Phone Guy displayed a strange personal loyalty to the mascot characters despite knowing their dangerous nature. He admitted that Foxy was always his personal favorite, expressing sympathy for the broken pirate sitting behind the curtains in Pirate Cove. He encouraged the guard to view the animatronics as vintage performers rather than monsters, reflecting the psychological conditioning that long-term employees underwent to rationalize working inside the facility. Despite his casual tone, Phone Guy's later recordings revealed a growing sense of personal anxiety as his own night shifts progressed toward the end of his employment. He acknowledged that the animatronics were becoming increasingly aggressive, noting that Foxy was prone to rushing down the west hallway if the monitor wasn't checked regularly. His recorded advice wasn't just corporate script reading, it was a practical survival guide compiled by a man who was actively trying to survive the exact same dangerous environment he was describing to his replacement. On the 4th night of his final week, Phone Guy's recording captured his ultimate demise inside the security office. The audio file recorded heavy banging on the security door, the sound of Chica's vocal groans, Foxy's specific curtain melody, and the deep laugh of Freddy Fazbear echoing in the dark. The recording cut off with a sudden mechanical scream, confirming that the machines had breached his defenses before he could finish his message. Phone Guy died alone in the dark, leaving his cassettes behind as a silent monument to a loyal worker who was abandoned by the company he served for years. His messages remained on the desk for the next employee, a tragic legacy that outlined the exact steps needed to stay alive. The company didn't pull the tapes or investigate his disappearance, simply leaving his voice to play automatically for the next night watchman who sat down at the desk. Part 49. Mike Schmidt arrives. In November of 1993, Michael Afton arrived at the decaying pizzeria to take the low-paying night watch position under the legal alias Mike Schmidt. He didn't take the job for the small weekly paycheck listed in the local newspaper advertisement. Driven by a deep personal mission to locate his missing father William and understand the dark history of his family's business, Michael entered the facility fully aware that the building held dangerous secrets beneath its rundown appearance. He placed himself directly in the line of fire to uncover the truth about the missing children. Michael sat down at the security desk, facing the same limited power grid and open hallways that had claimed his predecessor. He put on the monitor headset and began tracking the camera feeds, observing the still forms of Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy on their stages. He quickly realized that the instructional messages left on the phone machine weren't exaggerated corporate warnings, but accurate descriptions of an active mechanical hunt occurring every night. The animatronics moved with a deliberate purpose that proved they weren't experiencing a simple programming glitch. Armed with nothing but a door switch panel and a flickering monitor, Michael displayed a methodical focus as he managed the building's limited energy supply. He learned to conserve power by using quick light flashes in the blind spots rather than leaving hallway lights on continuously. He tracked Foxy's movements behind the purple curtains in Pirate Cove, keeping the pirate fox pinned in place by checking the camera feed at regular intervals throughout the shift. The gameplay mechanics represented Michael's intense psychological endurance as he balanced surveillance with active physical defense. During his shifts, Michael noticed that the animatronics displayed distinct hunting behaviors that required specific countermeasures. Bonnie approached aggressively from the left hallway, while Chica moved quietly through the right corridor and kitchen. Freddy stayed hidden in dark sectors, his presence signaled only by his deep laugh echoing through the camera speakers. Michael had to adapt to each character's movement pattern while keeping a constant eye on the power meter flickering on his desk console. As the nights progressed, Michael experienced strange auditory and visual hallucinations inside the claustrophobic office. The posters on the walls shifted to display crying children, while newspaper clippings detailing the 1985 missing children incident occasionally replaced the standard safety rules on the corridor walls. Ghostly whispers filled the air, and the words "It's me" flashed across his vision repeatedly. These environmental shifts confirmed that the spiritual energy inside the building was responding directly to his presence, warping his perception of reality as the shifts wore on. This supernatural escalation culminated with the sudden appearance of Golden Freddy inside the security office. The yellow bear would manifest as a slumped, empty suit on the floor, bypassing the closed security doors entirely and crashing the monitor systems. Michael survived these high-stakes encounters through sheer endurance, enduring 6-hour blocks of intense tension while tracking multiple aggressive predators in the dark. He didn't flee the building after his first night, returning shift after shift with a stubborn determination to untangle the tragic legacy his father had left behind. On the 7th night, after working a custom shift where the animatronics operated at maximum aggression, Michael was abruptly terminated by management. The dismissal slip listed 3 cold reasons for his firing: tampering with the animatronics, general unprofessionalism, and odor. The mention of odor was a subtle corporate reference to his investigation into the suit's internal organic tissue, while the tampering charge confirmed he'd been opening the mechanical frames to inspect the endoskeletons. Michael picked up his final check and walked out, leaving the pizzeria to its fate. Part 50. Why the animatronics attack at night. The aggression displayed by the animatronics during the night shifts wasn't driven by conscious malice toward the security guard. The spirits of the missing children were trapped inside a perpetual loop of their original 1985 trauma. Their human memories had faded over a decade of isolation inside the steel frames, leaving them unable to distinguish between individual adults. They operated on raw emotional instincts, processing the dark environment through corrupted optical sensors that distorted their vision and amplified their lingering fear. When the animatronics looked through the glass window of the security office, their optical mainframes scanned the human silhouette sitting at the desk. The spirits didn't see an innocent worker trying to earn a paycheck for the week. They saw an adult authority figure wearing the exact same security uniform that William Afton had worn when he lured them into the safe room. Their corrupted sight mapped the physical features and genetic traits of Michael Afton directly onto the memory of their murderer, triggering an immediate defensive reaction. The free-roaming programming served as a physical vehicle for the spirit's blinding rage. The machines walked down the dark hallways not because their code was broken, but because the angry souls inside were actively driving the steel limbs toward the office. The spirits believed that if they could reach the man behind the desk and force him into a suit, they'd finally eliminate the threat that had destroyed their young lives. They were fighting for their own survival against a ghost from their past. The mechanics of possession forced the children's souls to experience the physical pain of the endoskeletons. The rusted joints, tight wires, and cramped internal spaces created a constant physical discomfort that fueled their anger. When night fell and the building emptied out, that stored agony overflowed, overriding the factory safety limits and pushing the mechanical bodies forward down the hallways toward the security light. This tragic dynamic turned every night shift into a heartbreaking case of mistaken identity. The dead children were attacking the son of their killer, using the heavy mechanical bodies provided by Fazbear Entertainment to strike at the only adult left in the building. They weren't bloodthirsty monsters hunting for sport. They were terrified victims executing a frantic attempt to protect themselves from a man they believed had returned to hurt them again. The restaurant that had taken their lives became a prison where they were forced to endlessly repeat their trauma. This continuous assault demonstrated the tragic nature of spiritual possession across the entire franchise. The animatronics were physical prisons that locked young souls into an eternal cycle of fear and aggression. They couldn't move on to peace because their trauma was continuously refreshed by the sight of a familiar adult in the dark, forcing them to repeat their violent defense night after night. The children got no closure, remaining trapped as monsters inside a silent pizzeria that no longer cared about their suffering. The spirits stayed bound to the metal frames even after Michael left the building. They remained on their stage platforms during the day, standing motionless under the spotlights while fresh crowds of children visited the restaurant. But when the lights clicked off at midnight, the cycle initialized once again. The souls of Gabriel, Jeremy, Susie, and Fritz woke up in the dark, trapped inside their steel cages, forever waiting for the arrival of the killer who had stolen their future. Part 51. Freddy's final week. The final week of operation in November 1993 marked the absolute collapse of the security routine for Michael Afton. Working under the alias Mike Schmidt, he sat at the desk as the movement patterns of the animatronics escalated to unprecedented levels of aggression. On the fourth night, the guidance calls from Phone Guy came to a sudden, violent end when the audio recording captured heavy door pounding, vocal groans, Foxy's curtain song, and Freddy's deep laugh before cutting out entirely. That death left Michael completely isolated in the building, forcing him to navigate the remaining shifts without any corporate advice. Michael was forced to adapt his surveillance routine as Freddy Fazbear began actively hunting from the dark sectors of the building. Unlike Bonnie and Chica, who moved openly down the side corridors, Freddy stayed hidden in shadowed corners, his presence revealed only by his deep laugh echoing through the camera speakers. Michael had to keep his optical lens pinned on Freddy's precise location, using the monitor feed to freeze the lead bear in place before he could slip into the blind spot outside the right door. Managing the limited energy supply became a primary struggle for survival as the shifts grew longer and more demanding. Every activation of the door motors or hallway lights drained the remaining percentage points on the desk display, forcing Michael to calculate every single move in the dark. If the power hit 0 before 6 in the morning, the facility's lights would cut out completely, leaving Michael sitting in dead silence while Freddy's glowing eyes flashed in the left doorway to the tune of the Toreador song. Michael survived these high-stakes encounters through precise timing, managing the Pirate Cove curtain timers while balancing the light flashes in both hallway blind spots. He held out through 6 consecutive nights of mechanical assault, tracking the subtle movement cues of 4 distinct predators while documenting the strange environmental shifts happening across the facility. His persistence allowed him to survive an environment that had claimed every previous watchman who sat in that chair. On the 7th night, after completing a custom shift where the animatronics operated at maximum aggression, Michael was abruptly terminated by management. The dismissal slip listed 3 cold reasons for his firing: tampering with the animatronics, general unprofessionalism, and odor. The mention of odor was a subtle corporate reference to his investigation into the suit's internal organic tissue, while the tampering charge confirmed he'd been opening the mechanical frames to inspect the endoskeletons. Michael picked up his final check and walked out, leaving the pizzeria to its fate. Part 52. The end of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. Following Michael's termination, the classic Freddy Fazbear's Pizza location collapsed into permanent commercial bankruptcy. Plagued by non-stop health code citations regarding the foul odors coming from the stage, faced with a total lack of customer traffic, and bleeding cash due to a dying local economy, the corporate board surrendered. They realized that no amount of rebranding could overcome the dark reputation that clung to the mascot characters across the regional community. The corporate entity dissolved its public assets and officially closed the building for good at the end of 1993. Workers were sent in to secure the perimeter, nailing heavy wooden boards over the front windows and padlocking the glass entrance doors. The bright outdoor sign was turned off, leaving the iconic image of Freddy Fazbear to rust in the rain beside a dark parking lot. The company issued no press statements, quietly walking away from the brand name to avoid further legal scrutiny. Inside the dark dining hall, The 4 animatronics were left standing on the main stage under dim spotlights. The company didn't bother moving the characters to an off-site storage warehouse, deeming the damaged machines worthless from a financial perspective. The main power grid was disconnected, plunging the interior into absolute darkness and leaving Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy to sit in silence among empty party tables and dusty arcade cabinets. This closure marked the end of the traditional commercial era for Fazbear Entertainment. The multi-decade dream of an automated family restaurant empire had ended in total ruin, leaving behind a trail of missing children, dead employees, and abandoned buildings. The public slowly forgot about the pizzeria, treating the tragic events as an old neighborhood rumor that faded with time as the town moved on. However, the physical building remained standing on the edge of town, an abandoned urban tomb containing 4 haunted machines. The spirits inside the suits remained trapped in the dark, frozen in a state of suspended animation as water leaked through the rotted roof panels. The commercial business was dead, but the supernatural curse born in 1983 remained fully active inside the sealed walls, waiting for a final catalyst to break the silence. Part 53. Years of Silence. For decades following the closure, the boarded-up pizzeria sat wrapped in absolute, heavy silence. The building slowly rotted away under the elements, its structural drywall crumbling from roof leaks, while thick mold caked the checkered floor tiles. Cobwebs covered the static forms of Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy, who remained standing on the main stage under a layer of thick dust, their fabric skins slowly rotting in the damp air. Inside the quiet darkness, the spirits of the children remained trapped inside their mechanical vessels. Without human visitors or active night guards to trigger their movement routines, the animatronics sat motionless for long stretches of time. The souls of Gabriel, Jeremy, Susie, and Fritz existed in a state of suspended animation. Their consciousness locked inside the rusted endoskeletons, while the world outside moved on and forgot their names. The abandoned facility became a local urban legend, a place that neighborhood teenagers avoided after dark. Rumors circulated about strange noises echoing from the boarded windows and phantom lights flickering inside the unpowered building. The local authorities placed warning signs on the chain-link fence surrounding the property, but no city inspectors or corporate representatives ever stepped through the padlocked doors to check on the interior. The environmental decay slowly broke down the mechanical components inside the suits. Rainwater trickled into the exposed joints of the endoskeletons, rusting the iron gears and short-circuiting the old show-tape mainframes. Yet despite the physical breakdown of the machinery, the spiritual bonds holding the souls to the metal remained completely unbroken. The agony stored within the frames acted as an anchor that prevented the spirits from passing on. These years of silence represented a long, dark pause in the franchise's timeline. The physical remains of the missing children sat hidden inside 4 decaying mascots in a forgotten building, completely cut off from the living world. The spirits waited in the dark, frozen in their ancient trauma, until an unexpected visitor returned to the abandoned restaurant to break the silence with an industrial tool. Part 54. William Afton returns. The prolonged silence was broken on a dark, rainy night when an aging William Afton secretly re-entered the abandoned facility. Carrying a heavy toolkit and an industrial crowbar, Afton picked the lock on the back service door and stepped into the damp hallway. He didn't return out of nostalgia or remorse, he was driven by a cold, scientific desire to harvest the agony, infused metal endoskeletons of his original victims to advance his secret research into remnant extraction. Afton understood that the animatronics were still active and dangerous, so he utilized a technical backdoor code he'd built into the software years earlier. Operating from the dark blind spot of the unmapped safe room, Afton activated an old Shadow Freddy suit to act as a visual decoy. He programmed the dark figure to walk past the main stage and lead the animatronics down the east hallway toward the back corridor one by one. The spirits inside the suits were drawn to the Shadow Freddy figure by their hard-coded pathfinding routines, following the dark bear down the corridor. However, when the animatronics reached the end of the hallway, their internal programming prevented them from stepping past the threshold of the safe room. The unmapped chamber was an architectural void that the machine's software registered as non-existent space, forcing them to freeze in confusion at the doorway. The moment an animatronic paused at the threshold, William Afton stepped out from the shadows behind them holding his heavy crowbar. With sudden, violent force, he ambushed the confused machines, striking the mechanical joints and smashing the structural endoskeletons. He systematically dismantled Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy, tearing the fabric skins apart and scattering heavy gears, hydraulic lines, and steel limbs across the flooded floor tiles. Afton executed this destruction 4 separate times, reducing the original mascot cast to a pile of broken metal scrap. He believed he'd successfully neutralized the threat, standing over the mangled remains of his creations with his tools in hand. Afton prepared to gather the shattered endoskeletons and carry them to his lab, completely unaware that physically destroying the machines would trigger a catastrophic supernatural reaction he couldn't control. Part 55. The Spirits Fight Back. By smashing the mechanical frames of the 4 animatronics, William Afton accidentally broke the physical bonds that held the children's souls inside the metal. The spirits were no longer restricted by heavy endoskeletons or hard-coded pathfinding limits. Free from their mechanical prisons, the 4 translucent phantom forms of Gabriel, Jeremy, Susie, and Fritz burst out of the shattered piles of metal, floating into the flooded corridor in a state of absolute rage. Joined by the furious spectral ghost of Cassidy, who manifested as the 5th crying child, the spirits surrounded the hallway. Afton watched in sudden terror as the translucent figures drifted past the shattered scrap on the floor, their glowing forms blocking his only route to the building's exit doors. The man who had spent decades manipulating machines and hiding behind corporate shields was suddenly cornered by the raw, unshielded ghosts of his victims. Terrified by the supernatural presence, Afton backed away down the corridor, retreat being his only option as the 5 spirits advanced upon him in dead silence. The spirits didn't scream or cast physical strikes. Their mere presence radiated an overwhelming spiritual pressure that drove Afton into a state of blind panic. He backed up through the doorway of the unmapped safe room, seeking shelter inside the dark storage chamber where he'd committed his original crimes. The spirits followed him to the threshold of the safe room, floating into the narrow chamber to corner their killer against the back wall. Cassidy's ghost stepped forward, blocking the doorway while the other 4 spirits closed in around Afton. The room was dark, damp, and isolated from the rest of the facility, creating a claustrophobic trap where William Afton was forced to face the exact consequences of his past actions. Afton looked around the dark room frantically, searching for a weapon or a physical barrier to shield himself from the ghosts. His eyes locked onto an old object sitting on a maintenance rack in the corner, a relic from the diner era that he believed could save his life once again. In a moment of absolute arrogance and panic, Afton made the fatal decision to reach for the yellow fabric suit stored in the dark. Part 56. The Spring Bonnie Suit. The object sitting on the rack was the original Spring Bonnie Springlock suit, the same mascot costume Afton had worn when he lured the missing children to their deaths in 1985. The suit was old, rusted, and heavily decayed from years of exposure to roof leaks inside the unventilated safe room. Its fabric skin was covered in dark mold, while the internal mechanical frame was held back by tense, rusted steel springs that were extremely unstable. In his state of blind panic, Afton's narcissistic mind convinced him that donning the mascot disguise would fool the spirits once again. He believed that if he stepped inside the yellow rabbit, the ghosts would register him as their familiar mascot rather than their human killer. He laughed out loud in the dark room, mocking the translucent figures, as he grabbed the heavy suit off the rack and prepared to slide his body inside the mechanical frame. Afton frantically forced his limbs into the narrow slots of the leg and arm structures, pushing past exposed metal rods and sharp joint brackets. He pulled the heavy torso piece over his chest and secured the internal latches, forcing his body into the tight space alongside the compressed endoskeleton components. Finally, he lifted the heavy rabbit head and placed it over his face, locking the neck pins into position. He stood up in the center of the safe room, spreading his yellow arms wide in a posture of absolute triumph. Inside the suit, Afton felt an immediate surge of confidence, believing he'd outsmarted the spirits of his victims one final time through his technical knowledge. He looked through the mesh eye holes at the 5 glowing ghosts, completely convinced that his mascot disguise had restored his control over the situation. However, Afton's arrogance made him completely blind to the environmental hazards surrounding him. Rainwater was actively trickling through a crack in the ceiling directly above where he stood, dropping cold moisture onto the shoulder plates of the suit. Afton was breathing heavily from panic and laughing loudly inside the helmet, his warm breath creating condensation that coated the internal spring locks with moisture, setting up a catastrophic mechanical failure. Part 57. The spring lock failure. The combination of rainwater, heavy respiration, and sudden physical movement proved fatal for the rusted spring lock architecture. In a single, sudden mechanical snap, the tense steel springs holding the endoskeleton back gave way completely. The internal locks released their tension simultaneously, allowing thousands of pounds of hydraulic pressure to slam the heavy steel endoskeleton frame directly into William Afton's body. The mechanical failure was an agonizing deconstruction of a human frame. The compressed steel rods, sharp joint brackets, and heavy iron gears snapped forward into his flesh, crushing his limbs, torso, and head inside the suit. Long metal bars pierced through his chest and lungs, while sharp wires tore through his throat and vocal cords, severing his speech modules before he could let out a full scream. Afton collapsed onto the wet concrete floor, his body thrashing violently as the heavy endoskeleton continued to settle into his organs. Blood poured from the seams of the yellow fabric, mixing with the rainwater on the floor tiles as the internal gears ground through bone and muscle. The mechanical suit was literally rebuilding itself inside his living tissue, fusing steel and fabric permanently with his body. The 5 spirits stood in absolute silence as they watched their murderer collapse in his own blood. The sight of Afton's physical destruction brought a sudden end to their decades of anger. As Afton's thrashing slowed to a halt, The translucent ghost figures slowly faded away into the air, their spiritual debt satisfied as they left the dying man alone in the dark room. William Afton didn't die immediately on the floor. His overwhelming desire for survival and the intense agony of the spring lock failure triggered an immediate spiritual reaction, binding his soul directly to the metal endoskeleton and decaying fabric of the spring bonnie suit. He lay paralyzed in a pool of his own blood, trapped inside a mechanical coffin of his own creation, conscious but unable to move as the facility fell back into total silence. Part 58. The safe room is sealed forever. In the days following Afton's spring lock failure, a construction crew hired by a shadowy corporate shell company entered the abandoned facility. They were tasked with sanitizing the property and clearing valuable materials before a final corporate liquidation. The workers moved through the dark hallways, discovering the mangled scrap of the destroyed animatronics scattered across the floor tiles. When the crew reached the back corridor, they discovered the entrance to the unmapped safe room. Stepping inside with flashlights, the workers found the blood-soaked scene on the floor, the yellow spring bonnie suit lying motionless in a pool of dried blood, containing the crushed remains of William Afton. The scent of biological decay filled the small, windowless chamber. Operating under strict corporate standing orders to erase any physical evidence of workplace fatalities or scandals, the crew didn't call the local police department or emergency services. They knew that reporting a dead body inside a mascot suit would reopen the 1985 murder investigation and ruin the company's remaining intellectual property value. The manager on site ordered the workers to seal the room immediately. The crew dragged the heavy iron security door shut, locking it from the outside. They brought in cinder blocks, mortar and drywall, building a permanent, thick false wall directly over the doorway. They painted and papered over the fresh brickwork until it blended seamlessly into the surrounding hallway, completely erasing the safe room from the physical building. William Afton was left inside the dark, sealed room, his agony-infused body permanently fused to the rusted spring bonnie suit. He sat in total darkness for 30 continuous years, surrounded by concrete walls that cut him off from the outside world. The company believed they'd successfully buried their co-founder and his crimes forever, leaving a living monster to rot in a hidden tomb while the world forgot he'd ever existed. Part 59. Turning Freddys into a horror attraction. 30 years after the classic pizzeria closed its doors, a team of independent entrepreneurs decided to capitalize on the dark urban legends surrounding the old brand. In the year 2023, they broke ground on a new commercial installation called Fazbear's Fright, the horror attraction, located inside a local amusement park. The creators didn't see the history of missing children and unexplained disappearances as a tragedy. They saw it as a profitable business opportunity. They weaponized consumer nostalgia and morbid curiosity. Constructing a narrow maze designed to give thrill-seeking park visitors an authentic taste of the dark rumors that had circulated on dark web forums for decades. The physical design of the attraction relied heavily on sensory deprivation and psychological tension. The builders installed flickering industrial lights, faux blood spattered across the drywall, and automated scare grids across a single corridor layout. They placed artificial wiring through the ceiling channels, connecting every room to a central ventilation network that hummed continuously throughout the shift. The atmosphere was engineered to feel like a rotting industrial tomb, complete with the smell of old damp carpet and synthetic ozone. The owners wanted to offer guests a controlled scare experience, totally oblivious to the real supernatural forces that clung to the physical relics they were collecting. To manage the facility before its public grand opening, the management team hired a single night watchman to monitor the building. The guard sat in a central security office equipped with a video monitor console, a manual maintenance terminal, and a large glass viewing window facing the main hallway. His job wasn't just to watch for trespassers, but to test the structural systems and run diagnostic checks on the failing ventilation grid. The company provided no physical doors or defensive weapons, leaving the employee isolated at the desk while testing equipment that was prone to constant technical errors. The maintenance systems inside the office were remarkably fragile, requiring constant manual resets from the guard's desk. The video camera network regularly experienced signal loss. The audio winder software crashed after repeated uses, and the ventilation system was prone to severe pressure drops. When the air pressure dropped inside the building, the guard experienced oxygen deprivation that triggered intense psychological strain. This technical setup created a claustrophobic working environment where a lone worker was forced to balance system maintenance with active visual surveillance across an unlit maze. Fazbear's Fright represented the absolute commercialization of human tragedy across the franchise. The entrepreneurs transformed decades of child abductions, workplace fatalities, and corporate cover-ups into a cheap theme park attraction designed to sell weekend tickets. They built a theatrical stage around a real historical horror, treating horrific crimes as simple urban folklore. They believed they were building a harmless haunted house for teenagers, completely unaware that their search for historical authenticity was about to bring an active serial killer directly into their building. Part 60. Recovering the Past. To establish absolute historical accuracy for their new attraction, the owners launched a massive salvage expedition into the ruins of the old pizzerias. They scoured the abandoned buildings that had sat boarded up for decades, recovering authentic corporate artifacts that had been left behind in the rain. They collected empty mascot heads, rusted endoskeleton limbs, hand-drawn party posters, vintage arcade cabinets, and fan merchandise from the 70s and 80s. The salvage team treated these discarded items like historical treasure, loading them onto transport trucks to build their museum of corporate decay. The team mounted these recovered items along the narrow corridors of Fazbear's Fright to create an authentic visual atmosphere. Empty plastic shells of Freddy, Bonnie, Chica, and Foxy were placed on wall stands, their hollow eye sockets lit by dim flickering spotlights. Rusted endoskeleton arms were wired directly into the drywall to look like reaching limbs, while vintage posters covered the peeling wallpaper. The corridors became a dense museum of corporate history, filled with the physical remains of every failed venue the company had operated across 40 years. Unbeknownst to the owners, bringing these authentic artifacts under one roof created a concentrated reservoir of lingering emotional agony. The physical items were saturated with the spiritual energy of the places they'd been taken from, generating a negative electromagnetic field across the building. This spiritual saturation began affecting the night guard's perceptions, triggering realistic visual and auditory hallucinations during the overnight shift. The physical environment was alive with spiritual residue, transforming the fake haunted house into an active supernatural catalyst. The guard began seeing phantom iterations of the old animatronics moving through the dark corridors of the attraction. Phantom Freddy limped past the office window. Phantom Chica manifested on the monitor screen of a vintage arcade cabinet, and Phantom Foxy lunged from the dark corner of the room. These phantom entities weren't physical threats that could harm the guard directly, standing instead as psychological projections generated by oxygen deprivation and spiritual energy. However, when a phantom attacked, it triggered a complete system crash on the maintenance console, leaving the guard vulnerable to physical hazards. The salvage operation successfully created an authentic museum of corporate decay, but it also primed the facility for a catastrophic encounter. The owners had collected the physical pieces of a tragic history and concentrated them in a single building, creating an environment that needed only one active catalyst to ignite a nightmare. The vintage props and phantom illusions established the stage, waiting for the moment the salvage crew would breach the final hidden wall of the old pizzeria. Part 61. The Discovery of Springtrap. The operational trajectory of Fazbear's Fright changed forever when the salvage team successfully breached the false wall of the old 1993 pizzeria. Instructed to search every hidden room for authentic props, the workers smashed through the false brickwork that had sealed the safe room for 30 years. Inside the dark windowless chamber, their flashlights revealed the ultimate historical artifact sitting on the concrete floor. They found the mummified, flesh-wrapped remains of William Afton, permanently fused into the rusted green chassis of the Spring Bonnie suit. Believing they'd hit a massive financial goldmine, the salvage crew loaded the horrific animatronic carcass onto a flatbed truck without calling local authorities. They didn't recognize the human remains inside the suit, treating the decayed green rabbit as an exceptionally rare vintage mascot prop. The owners celebrated the discovery, naming the character Springtrap as a clever marketing label for their main attraction. They brought the suit into Fazbear's Fright and placed it directly inside the maze, unaware that they were moving an active serial killer into their building. William Afton's consciousness hadn't died when the spring locks crushed his body 30 years earlier. His soul had remained bonded to the metal endoskeleton through pure, unredacted agony, keeping his mind active during decades of total isolation in the dark. When the salvage team moved his body into the horror attraction, the electrical fields and fresh air woke his consciousness from its long slumber. Afton opened his optical lenses inside the green rabbit head, realizing he'd been brought into a fresh facility filled with technical systems he could manipulate. Springtrap was a physical hybrid of decaying human tissue, rusted steel endoskeleton wires, and faded green fabric. The compressed metal crossbeams were driven directly through his dried organs, while his mummified jaw was visible behind the broken plastic teeth of the rabbit mask. He moved with a heavy fluid velocity that set him apart from any standard machine, his optical sensors glowing with a cold, pale light in the dark corridors. He wasn't a hallucination or a phantom projection. He was a physical predator walking through the building with full human intent. The introduction of Springtrap transformed Fazbear's Fright from a fake theme park attraction into an active hunting ground. The owners had unwittingly provided the killer with an isolated arena, a single night watchman, and a ventilation network he could crawl through to reach his target. William Afton had returned to the physical world once again, wearing the exact same mascot suit he'd used to commit his first murders, ready to resume his hunt in the dark. Part 62. One more week of horror. Stationed inside the horror attraction as its singular active monster, Springtrap immediately initiated a nightly hunt against the facility's security guard. Navigating the narrow single-lane corridors and dark ventilation shafts, Afton utilized his heavy frame to stalk the security office. He didn't move with the clunky, predictable pathfinding routines of standard animatronics, displaying a calculating human intelligence as he bypassed camera feeds and tracked the guard's movements through the glass window. The guard's primary defense against the approaching monster relied on a specialized audio winder software built into the camera system. By triggering a pre-recorded audio file of a child's laugh, specifically the vintage Balloon Boy sound loop, the guard forced Springtrap's primitive endoskeleton mainframes to respond. The internal software was hard-coded to seek out localized customer noise, compelling the rusted suit to move toward the adjacent camera sector where the sound was played. The guard had to play a continuous game of acoustic misdirection to keep Afton away from the office door. Maintaining this acoustic defense required absolute focus, as every system activation increased the risk of a technical failure on the maintenance console. If the audio window was played too many times in rapid succession, the software crashed, requiring a slow manual reboot that left the office completely defenseless. Meanwhile, the failing ventilation grid caused periodic blackout events, flooding the office with phantom illusions that attacked the guard and triggered secondary system errors across the panel. Springtrap exploited these technical crashes to close the distance between himself and the office desk. He crawled through the narrow metal air ducts overhead, his heavy rusted joints scraping against the iron vents as he moved toward the office openings. The guard had to monitor the ventilation map continuously, manually sealing air ducts to block Afton's approach before he could drop down into the room. A single mistake in timing allowed the green rabbit to reach the office window, where he stared at the guard with pale human eyes. The night shift became a high-stakes psychological battle between a lone worker relying on failing maintenance systems and an immortal killer navigating a dark maze. Springtrap proved that even after 30 years of physical decay, William Afton possessed a relentless drive to reach his target. He stalked the corridors night after night, using his physical strength and technical awareness to overcome every digital barrier the guard threw in his path, creating a week of absolute tension inside the attraction. Part 63. The Fire at Fazbear's Fright. Prior to the attraction's official public grand opening day, a catastrophic high-temperature structural fire broke out inside Fazbear's Fright. The inferno started during the late-night hours, quickly igniting the dense collection of highly flammable plush fabric, vintage cardboard posters, and dry wooden props lining the narrow corridors. The building's cheap electrical wiring and failing ventilation grid allowed the flames to spread rapidly across the entire facility, turning the theme park attraction into a roaring furnace within minutes. The structural fire reached extreme temperatures that melted the plastic shells of the recovered mascot heads and incinerated 40 years of corporate artifacts. The phantom illusions that had haunted the night guard vanished as the physical props holding their spiritual residue were reduced to ash. The local news media reported that the disaster was caused by faulty electrical wiring in the building, but environmental details suggested a deliberate act of arson executed to purge the earth of the lingering curse once and for all. The extreme heat targeted the physical structure of Springtrap as he was caught inside the burning maze. The dry green fabric covering his chassis ignited immediately, burning away the outer mascot layer and scorching the mummified tissue wrapped around the steel endoskeleton. However, the fire failed to achieve the necessary temperature or duration to fully break the chemical bonds of the remnant within the metal, leaving Afton's spirit anchored to his charred frame as the ceiling collapsed around him. When the fire department finally extinguished the blaze, The entire multi-million-dollar installation was reduced to a smoking pile of melted plastic and charred timber. The owners liquidated what little scrap remained, selling off random metal debris at a public auction to recoup their financial losses. To the general public, the destruction of Fazbear's Fright was just a bizarre, tragic accident that ended a promising theme park business before it ever opened its doors to customers. However, rare newspaper clippings published after the disaster revealed that the fire hadn't finished William Afton. A background inspection of the published newspaper photograph showed the charred silhouette of Springtrap standing in the shadows behind a wooden prop, confirming he'd successfully crawled out of the flaming debris. William Afton walked away from the ashes of Fazbear's Fright, his body heavily damaged but his spirit intact, escaping into the night to find a new location and continue his story. Part 64. Henry Emily's Final Plan. Realizing that the fire at Fazbear's Fright had failed to eliminate his former business partner, a deeply repentant Henry Emily emerged from decades of self-imposed isolation. He realized that as long as infected animatronics and lingering remnant existed in the world, William Afton's curse would continue to claim innocent lives. Henry decided to devote his remaining years to constructing one final, absolute trap designed to gather every remaining haunted vessel into a single, inescapable incinerator. Operating under a corporate shell company, Henry constructed a facility named Freddy Fazbear's Pizza Place, designed to look like a standard newly approved franchise venue. The visible dining room, bright party areas, and stage shows were a complete architectural illusion. The cheerful storefront was engineered solely to fool the public and attract potential franchise operators, masking a massive subterranean ventilation labyrinth built beneath the concrete foundation of the building. The subterranean labyrinth was a complex mechanical trap reinforced with heavy blast doors, undoorable concrete corridors, and automated thermal core heaters. The ventilation shafts were arranged in a complex maze that converged at a central security desk, designed to channel sound signals and thermal signatures across the underground sector. Henry engineered the maze so that any entity entering the vents would be drawn deeper toward the center without any possibility of finding an exit path back to the surface floor. To ensure the trap succeeded, Henry created an automated audio beacon program that broadcasted continuous high-frequency sound signals into the surrounding city. This simulated acoustic signal replicated the sound of gathering children and emotional agony, designed to exploit the hard-coded pathfinding routines and spiritual hunger of the remaining haunted entities. Henry knew that neither William Afton, Elizabeth, nor the combined souls inside Molten Freddy could resist the pull of this acoustic beacon. Henry Emily's final plan was an alchemical and mechanical masterclass in corporate containment. He built a facility that transformed the company's historical weaknesses, specifically their reliance on audio distraction and ventilation channels, into a weapon of absolute destruction. Henry sat behind the master intercom controls, waiting for the audio beacon to draw every lingering ghost into his subterranean furnace so he could finally close the book on Fazbear Entertainment forever. Part 65. The Salvage Program. To bait the subterranean trap, Henry established a mandatory corporate salvage program built directly into the new franchise owner's daily contract. Over the course of a single week, 4 highly unstable supernatural entities were drawn to the back alley of the fake restaurant by the automated audio beacon. Each night, the managing partner was required to inspect the alley, complete a diagnostic evaluation on the recovered entity, and decide whether to salvage the asset or throw it back into the alleyway. The first entity drawn to the alley was Molten Freddy, a chaotic mass of exposed wires, rusted endoskeleton limbs, and eye sockets topped by a decayed molten mascot mask. This entity represented the combined, agony-infused consciousness of the original missing children's spirits, which had been merged together inside the Funtime animatronics before escaping Enard. Driven by a fractured artificial intelligence and lingering spiritual trauma, Molten Freddy followed the acoustic beacon directly into the maintenance room. The second entity was Scrap Baby, the twisted, autonomous form of Elizabeth Afton. After being ejected from the Enard Collective, Elizabeth had rebuilt her physical chassis using discarded industrial parts, claw attachments, and fresh metal plates from a scrapyard. She remained completely obsessed with pleasing her father William, believing that the fake pizzeria was a fresh gift that would allow her to continue his work of gathering children. She willingly entered the facility, completely unaware of the trap Henry had prepared. The third entity was Scrap Trap, the heavily damaged, self-repaired remains of William Afton following the fire at Fazbear's Fright. Having lost an arm and large portions of his suit fabric in the flames, Afton had scavenged replacement endoskeleton parts to rebuild his physical frame. Though his sharp intellect recognized that the pizzeria was an obvious trap, his overwhelming arrogance and desire for fresh victims compelled him to step through the alley doors anyway, confident he could overcome whatever setup Henry had built. The final entity brought into the facility was Lefty, a specialized black bear animatronic engineered by Henry specifically to encapsulate and neutralize Charlotte Emily's puppet. Equipped with a localized lullaby device and an internal shock grid, Lefty had located the puppet in the city, captured her inside its hollow chest cavity, and carried her directly into the building. With all four entities admitted into the subterranean labyrinth, Henry's trap was fully loaded, setting the stage for the final fiery resolution of the franchise. Part 66. Michael Afton takes his final job. The arrival of Michael Afton at the newly established franchise venue in Freddy Fazbear's Pizzeria Simulator marked the beginning of the end for the original saga. Michael accepted the managing partner position not for commercial gain, but because he recognized the underlying engineering signature of Henry Emily. He entered the facility fully aware that the storefront was a false cover, built over a subterranean network of concrete shafts and thermal core units. Michael took the job under his own authority, placing himself at the focal point of a trap designed to draw every remaining infected asset into one location. Michael took his seat at the central security desk located at the absolute node of the subterranean ventilation labyrinth. The desk was stripped of traditional defense tools like motorized doors or heavy shock grates, relying instead on a noisy computer terminal, an acoustic sensor array, and a single ventilation fan. The room was hot, cramped, and positioned directly in the path of two open ventilation ducts that connected to the surrounding maze. Michael sat in the center of the trap, ready to manage the daily operations, while four apex predators stalked the vents around his chair. Michael was completely aware that the position was a one-way mission designed to end in total destruction. Having survived the scooping room inside Circus Baby's entertainment and rentals, and spent years tracking his father's physical movements, Michael understood his own altered state. He didn't seek a living wage or a retirement plan, accepting the managing partner contract, despite knowing the structural layout was built over a thermal incinerator box. He knew that to permanently cleanse the world of his father's legacy, He had to serve as the physical bait that held the monsters inside the building. The 4 salvageable entities surrounding the facility were identified through diagnostic tests conducted in the quiet maintenance room behind the office. Over the course of the week, Michael handled the salvage assessments, listening to low-frequency audio prompts while observing the postures of Molten Freddy, Scrap Baby, Scrap Trap, and Lefty. Each entity represented a specific piece of the franchise's dark history, from the merged consciousness of the original missing children to his own sister Elizabeth and his father William. Michael brought each character into the subterranean labyrinth, locking them inside the vents. Michael's choice to remain in the facility was driven by a deep desire to bring a definitive end to his family's tragedy. He didn't look for an escape hatch or attempt to resign when the danger escalated each night, maintaining his focus while completing administrative audits on his terminal screen. He chose to stand as the final watchman, taking responsibility for the sins of his father and ensuring that no innocent civilian would ever be put in harm's way again. His presence provided the necessary human anchor that kept the animatronics focused on the center of the maze. This setup established the final structural piece needed for Henry's grand plan to succeed. Michael functioned as both the corporate operator running the fake storefront by day and the acoustic decoy holding the entities inside the vents by night. He balanced purchasing arcade games and filling out corporate liability forms with managing thermal levels and acoustic lures in the dark. Michael placed himself directly at the center of the thermal grid, ready to burn alongside the monsters he'd hunted for decades. Part 67. The last week of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. The daily operations of the fake pizzeria ran with a bizarre, high-contrast rhythm that defined Michael's final week on the job. By day, Michael managed a profitable commercial business, ordering ball pits, arcade cabinets, and stage decorations to maintain the public illusion of a legitimate restaurant. Families visited the dining room, children played the redemption games, and the venue operated like a standard family entertainment destination. The bright storefront masked the horrific reality of the subterranean labyrinth running directly beneath the dining floor tiles. The administrative duties required during the day shift forced Michael to navigate a complex matrix of corporate paperwork and legal liability forms. He filled out health code compliance sheets, managed sanitation reports, and addressed potential lawsuit risks associated with cheap arcade equipment. Michael had to balance his operating budget carefully, purchasing safety equipment and floor guards to keep the public safe while avoiding corporate bankruptcy. Every commercial choice was designed to project an image of absolute corporate transparency, while the real trap was finalized below. During the night shifts, the gameplay shifted into an absolute claustrophobic battle for survival inside the central security desk. Michael worked under extreme heat generated by his desktop computer, terminal monitor, and ventilation fan. Turning off the fan reduced structural noise, allowing him to hear approaching entities through the acoustic sensors, but it caused temperature levels inside the office to rise rapidly toward dangerous thresholds. Michael had to manage office heat while completing mandatory administrative tasks on his terminal screen. Tracking the 4 predators required precise use of motion detectors and acoustic lures across the ventilation grid. Scrap Baby, Scrap Trap, Molten Freddy, and Lefty crawled through the narrow ducts toward the noise and heat generated by the computer terminal. Michael had to project false audio signals into adjacent sectors of the vent map, tricking the animatronics' pathfinding routines into moving away from his desk. A single mistake in timing allowed an entity to reach the open vent opening beside his chair, forcing him to shut off all power and sit in dead silence. The physiological and psychological strain of the night shifts tested Michael's focus to its absolute limits. He sat in pitch darkness inside the hot office, listening to the scraping of rusted metal limbs against the iron air ducts just inches from his head. He learned to recognize the distinct sounds of each entity, from Elizabeth's whispers to his father's metallic footsteps. Michael relied on raw hearing and precise thermal management to stay alive, grinding through the administrative task list while 4 killers circled his desk in the dark. Completing the mandatory tasks on the computer terminal was essential to advance the night and finalize the trap. Michael printed promotional flyers, ordered kitchen supplies, and ran system diagnostics while keeping his flashlights trained on the vent openings. Every completed task generated noise that drew the animatronics closer, forcing him to toggle his equipment constantly to survive. He pushed through the week with unyielding determination, knowing that every finished task brought the facility closer to full structural readiness. By Saturday night, Michael completed the final administrative audit on his terminal screen, successfully positioning every salvaged animatronic within the core sectors of the subterranean thermal grid. The fake pizzeria reached its terminal phase, having gathered William Afton, Elizabeth, Charlotte, and the missing children into a single sealed compartment. The public left the dining room above. The storefront lights clicked off for the last time, and the automated lockdown sequence engineered by Henry Emily initialized across the entire building. Part 68. Henry Emily's final speech. On Saturday night, as Michael finalized his closing paperwork, Henry Emily activated an automated override code that triggered a total lockdown. Heavy blast doors slammed shut across the entire facility, permanently sealing the ventilation channels, main entrances, and emergency exits simultaneously. The mechanical locks cut off all pathways to the surface floor, trapping the 4 salvaged entities inside the concrete subterranean maze. The fake restaurant above fell silent as the lower sector was completely isolated from the outside world. Henry hijacked the master audio intercom network, overriding Michael's desktop terminal to deliver his historic final monologue. His voice echoed through the vents, office speakers, and maintenance rooms, speaking with a calm clarity that stripped away decades of corporate deception and marketing spin. Henry spoke not as a business owner or a corporate executive, but as a grieving father and an engineer who had returned to fix his life's greatest mistake. His words marked the absolute end of Fazbear Entertainment's commercial history. Henry addressed his former partner William Afton, contained inside the charred, self-repaired frame of Scraptrap. Speaking with cold authority, Henry informed Afton that the pit had opened to swallow him whole, condemning the killer to the deepest reaches of hell. Henry mocked Afton's arrogant belief that he could continually escape consequences, reminding him that his victims had returned to drag him into the fire. Henry made it clear that Afton's long history of serial murder was finally coming to a permanent, violent end. Henry turned his attention to his daughter Charlotte, housed within the black frame of Lefty. Speaking with deep tenderness, he apologized for failing to save her outside the diner on that rainy night in 1983. He acknowledged her protective nature, thanking her for taking the other lost souls under her wing and giving them life when no adults were there to protect them. Henry reassured Charlotte that her long crusade was finally over, and that it was time for her spirit to lay down its burden and rest. Henry then addressed Michael Afton, sitting at the central security desk. He noted that while there was an escape route planned for the franchise operator, he sensed that Michael was right where he wanted to be. Henry honored Michael's voluntary decision to remain inside the burning facility, recognizing that the son had chosen to end his family line and burn alongside the monsters he'd hunted for years. Henry validated Michael's sacrifice, framing it as a long overdue act of generational justice. Henry spoke to Elizabeth Afton inside Scrap Baby and the combined spirits within Molten Freddy, telling them that their memories would finally fade. He assured the trapped children that the peace and quiet that belonged to them would be restored once the flames consumed the physical framework holding them fast. Henry stripped away their illusion of purpose, making them realize that the pizzeria was never built to serve them food or give them fresh victims, but was engineered solely as an inescapable cage. The monologue concluded with Henry taking full accountability for his own role in creating the technology that had enabled decades of slaughter. He refused to hide behind corporate legal shields or blame others for his passivity, choosing to remain inside the building and burn alongside his final creation. Henry's speech brought a dignified, authoritative end to the classic era of the franchise, ensuring that no physical trace of the technology or the curse would survive the night. Part 69. The Fire That Ended an Era. As Henry's speech reached its crescendo, the building's automated thermal core units activated beneath the subterranean concrete foundation. Massive industrial heaters drove the interior temperature of the ventilation maze past sustainable thresholds within seconds. A white hot wall of fire erupted through the air ducts, igniting the dry drywall, plastic shells, wooden props, and vintage fabric stored inside the subterranean structure. The inferno swept through the maze, turning the subterranean labyrinth into a roaring furnace. The intense heat systematically destroyed the physical frames of the 4 salvaged animatronics trapped inside the vents. The plastic outer casings of Scrap Baby and Lefty melted into glowing slag, while the organic residue wrapped around Scrap Trap's endoskeleton was completely incinerated. The chaotic mass of wires forming Molten Freddy collapsed as the joint brackets fused together in the extreme heat. The physical machines that had carried 40 years of trauma were reduced to melted scrap beneath the concrete floor. The extreme temperatures achieved the essential alchemical reaction required to neutralize remnant across the facility. The intense heat broke the structural, chemical, and energetic bonds holding the human souls to the metal endoskeletons, destroying the negative spiritual energy that had anchored the ghosts to the physical world for decades. The fire cleansed the infected metal, breaking the artificial chains that had kept the spirits trapped inside mechanical bodies since the 1980s. The spiritual release of Charlotte Emily, Elizabeth Afton, and the missing children's souls occurred as the metal frames melted away. Freed from their physical prisons, the spirits passed beyond the material plane, leaving the pain, fear, and anger of their past lives behind. The children finally found a peace that had been denied to them across multiple generations of pizzerias, their long watch ending as the flames purified the building's foundation. In the center of the blaze, Michael Afton and Henry Emily met their ends with calm acceptance. Michael sat quietly at his security desk as the fire consumed the office, closing his eyes as his long crusade came to a peaceful conclusion alongside the founder who had designed the trap. Neither man attempted to reach the exits, choosing to die in the fire to ensure that the secrets of the Afton and Emily families were buried forever beneath the ash. The fire reached extreme temperatures that destroyed the physical frame of William Afton once and for all. His body and the rusted spring body endoskeleton were reduced to purified ash and melted steel beneath the concrete foundation. The man who had refused to die across 40 years was stripped of his physical vessel, his soul dragged down into the dark pit that Henry had promised him, ending his physical reign of terror over the local community. By Sunday morning, the fake pizzeria on the surface level collapsed into a pile of smoking rubble. The fire burned through the night, reducing every physical trace of the facility, the arcade games, and the subterranean vents to ash. The local authorities found only a silent, charred clearing where the building had stood, leaving no physical evidence of the monsters that had burned below. The original story of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza reached its absolute fiery conclusion. Part 70. Freddy Fazbear's Pizza becomes an urban legend. In the years following the complete destruction of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza place, the historical reality of the brand transitioned into the domain of popular culture folklore. The multi-decade history of missing children, unexplained security guard disappearances, exploding horror attractions, and bizarre daytime bitings was reframed as unverified internet mythology. To the general public, the name Freddy Fazbear was no longer associated with a real corporate entity responsible for mass murder, but was viewed as a spooky campfire story shared on dark web forums. The growth of online conspiracy communities and indie creepypasta networks fueled the spread of exaggerated tales about the old pizzerias. Internet users shared fictionalized accounts of haunted animatronics, secret underground bunkers, and purple serial killers, treating the real-world tragedies as entertaining urban legends. The true details of Charlotte Emily's death, the missing children incident, and the bite of 87 were blurred, turning real human suffering into digestible internet pop culture. Newer generations raised on digital media viewed the old scandals with deep skepticism, doubting that a commercial company could have operated with such absolute negligence for 40 years. They treated news clippings from the 1980s as fabricated hoaxes and viewed the old pizzerias as vintage urban myths created to scare teenagers. The public's memory of the real casualties faded, replaced by colorful internet stories that stripped the history of its emotional weight and moral consequences. The physical sites of the old restaurants were built over or abandoned completely by local municipalities. The original 1985 pizzeria sat buried beneath fresh commercial developments, while the burned ruins of Fazbear's Fright and the final pizzeria place were cleared away by industrial crews. The legal records and police reports from the original murder investigations were lost or archived in forgotten county basements, leaving no official documentation to verify the dark rumors circulating online. Independent investigators and urban explorers who attempted to track down physical artifacts from the old pizzerias found only dead ends. They discovered empty lots, rusted pipes, and contradictory news reports that made it impossible to separate historical fact from internet fiction. The truth behind William Afton's crimes was buried beneath a web of modern urban legends, making the public completely unprepared for the corporate comeback that was quiet assembling in the background. This transition into mythology allowed the true human cost of the tragedies to be buried beneath layers of entertainment. The real-world agony of the victims was turned into spooky stories told around campfires, neutralizing public outrage and creating a clean slate for corporate exploitation. Fazbear Entertainment recognized that if the public viewed their dark history as a fictional joke, they could rebuild their commercial empire without facing legal consequences or public boycotts. Part 71. Fazbear Entertainment rewrites its own history. A newly restructured hyper-corporate iteration of Fazbear Entertainment emerged to execute a massive digital gaslighting campaign across the market to protect their brand value, restore investor confidence, and launch a commercial revival. The corporate board devised a plan to rewrite their historical record. They recognized that they couldn't erase the urban legends circulating online, so they decided to weaponize those legends to discredit the real-world murders entirely. The company hired an independent indie game developer to produce a series of low-budget video games based on the real-world rumors, murders, and hauntings. They instructed the developer to include real details, character names, and floor plans, intentionally blurring the line between actual corporate history and satirical entertainment. The developer created games that mirrored the events of Five Nights at Freddy's, producing a commercial product that turned real trauma into an interactive game. Fazbear Entertainment then publicly sued the indie developer, claiming he had fabricated the dark stories to tarnish the company's wholesome public image. This staged legal conflict allowed the corporation to frame the real-world murders, springlock failures, and hauntings as the fevered fabrications of a rogue conspiracy theorist. By publicly condemning the games, the company convinced the public that the old tragedies were nothing more than fictional stories created by an unreliable game designer. The launch of the Freddy Fazbear virtual experience, a high-tech virtual reality game developed in Help Wanted, served as the ultimate tool for corporate sanitization. The game reproduced the classic night shifts, animatronic repair routines, and dark hallways as colorful, light-hearted arcade challenges. The company presented the experience as a self-aware joke that mocked the crazy urban legends, turning real human deaths and corporate negligence into a safe consumer product designed for teenagers. However, the corporate gaslighting campaign suffered a catastrophic technical breach during the development of the virtual reality software. To save time on coding, technicians scanned vintage circuit boards retrieved from old corporate storage bays, inadvertently importing leftover code lines and remnant data into the game grid. This legacy data contained the digital memory of William Afton's crimes, allowing a viral program known as Glitch Trap to manifest inside the digital landscape of the virtual reality experience. Despite the digital infection growing inside their software, the corporate gaslighting campaign succeeded in completely rewriting public perception. The public accepted the company's narrative, believing that the old scandals were nothing more than exaggerated corporate myths and indie game fabrications. Fazbear Entertainment successfully cleared its legal name, restored its brand value, and secured the capital needed to construct their grandest commercial project yet, the Mega Pizzaplex. Part 72. The Legacy of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza. The overarching legacy of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza stands as a terrifying showcase of how a single act of unchecked human malice can stain reality across multiple generations. What began in the late 1970s as a modest family diner built by Henry Emily and William Afton mutated across 40 years into an automated nightmare machine fueled by greed and serial murder. The brand name became synonymous with corporate corruption, institutional cover-ups, and the systematic failure of adults to protect innocent children. The central horror of the entire franchise remains rooted in deliberate human choices rather than random supernatural anomalies. William Afton consciously chose to harm children out of jealousy, narcissism, and a dark scientific curiosity regarding death. Meanwhile, the executive board of Fazbear Entertainment repeatedly chose to bury his crimes, intimidate low-wage employees, and cut safety corners to protect their stock value. The monsters weren't born in a void. They were manufactured in factories and enabled by corporate greed. The human cost of this corporate machine was borne entirely by the innocent victims who were failed by the system. The missing children, Charlotte Emily, Elizabeth Afton, Michael Afton, and dozens of unnamed security guards were caught in the gears of an industry that viewed human life as a disposable asset. Their lives were cut short, their names were erased from official records, and their spirits were trapped inside mechanical cages, while the company continued to sell pizza and arcade tokens. The shift in scope from rustic wooden stage performances to the massive neon corridors of the mega Pizzaplex demonstrated the unyielding nature of corporate expansion. Even as technology advanced from primitive hydraulic springs to autonomous artificial intelligence, the underlying corporate culture remained completely unchanged. The company built bigger facilities, installed brighter lights, and deployed advanced security networks, but they continued to hide their liabilities behind non-disclosure agreements and digital gaslighting. The persistent nature of the curse within the modern era proves that a tragedy entered into a system will continue to copy itself forever. Though the original physical pizzerias burned to ash and the souls of the missing children finally found their peace, the pattern of violence survived through digital duplication. The introduction of the Mimic and the Glitch Trap virus demonstrated that William Afton's dark legacy outlived his physical body, converting historical data into fresh mechanical hazards for a new generation. The ultimate lesson of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza lies in the terrifying reality that corporate systems will always prioritize brand survival over human morality. The company built an empire on top of unmarked graves, rewriting its own history whenever public outrage threatened its profit margins. They proved that, with enough capital, legal shields, and marketing spin, a business can transform a crime scene into a global entertainment brand while the voices of its victims are silenced. The dining rooms are empty, the stage lights are dark, and the original victims have finally laid down their burdens in the ash. Yet the structural footprint of Freddy Fazbear's Pizza continues to haunt the modern world, a quiet warning that when human cruelty is entered into a corporate machine, its code will continue to run, learn, and copy itself long after the dining rooms fall silent.